Hi friends, we are going to be building a complex project. Here we will be looking at building a hotel booking and management platform using Spring Boot, React, and Postgres. Let's look at the project overview. This is an overview of what we are going to be building. So here is the home page, and here at the navbar navigation, we have a rooms page that displays all room, and you can also we also have pagination where you can easily click to go to the next page. So over here, you can filter a room by a single room. It is going to return all single rooms. You can also filter by hostel. The room type is going to get only hostel. And for studio, it's going to get studio room. At the same time, you can also search for available room. Let's say I want to book a room within a time. I want to check if that room is available. So I can just click on, let's say, this date, and I'm going to be like leaving on the 5th. I can select my room type, let's say king, and I search. This is going to show the room that's available within this day. So if I just probably take this to this, I search again, we can see we have other kings room that are available within this date range. So that's that. I can also go to find my bookings where I can put in my booking confirmation code, and it's going to get me the details of the bookings. I can log in, I can register where I can sign up. So let's continue to go over. So here is the home page. Here you can click on to search a room. Just click on to search the room type. Let's say king. You can see displays the room. So if you move back, we can see the all rooms. So I click, it takes me to the all rooms page. So here we have my services and we have my footer here. So if I probably search in an available room, and here I can just click on the view/book now. So if I click on this, it's going to prompt me to log in. So let me log in. I already have some details already. So let me log in as Sarah, and password is Sarah. So if I log in, we can see it doesn't take me back to probably maybe home page or any other page. It takes me directly to the page I was trying to access. So yeah, so that's it. So this is the room details. It's $390 per night. So I click on book now. So when I click on book now, it tells me to select in the date I'm going to check in and the date to check out and the number of adults that would be in the room and the number of children. So let me just select this to check in, this to check out. Let me make children 3, and I'm going to be coming along with a child. My confirm booking is going to show me the total price for these dates and my total guests. I said booking is going to try to book a room and is going to show me a response here. So this is going to be the booking confirmation code for me. And after that, it auto navigates to the rooms page where I was coming from. So I already copied my booking confirmation code. I can find my booking here. Just click on that, click on find. We can see the booking details that I just booked. And here is the name of the booker, Sarah, and this is the room, and this is the check-in date, the check-out date, the number of children and adults. So that's if I try to find put in a wrong code, it's going to tell me that booking is not found. So if I type to put in a wrong code and find it's booking not found. So that's that. So if I go to my profile, I have my profile here, profile page of a user, and this is going to display the booking history of the user. Okay, so these are the bookings the user have made. So I already made some bookings down, so I can just show you. This was the one I made just now, and this is my profile. So these are all the bookings of a user, of all my bookings, so my booking history. So I can decide to log out or also log out here. So immediately I log out, click on this, it's going to prompt if I want to log out. So if I can, before logging out, I can edit my profile. So here for now, we can only delete our profile if we want to. And yeah, so probably in the course of the course, I might add some features so we can edit our profile detail. So I can click on this to log out, and immediately I've logged out. You can see our navbar got refreshed, and we now have the login and the register button. So let me, before I register a user, let me log in as an admin. So we see the admin functionality. So click on login. Let me log in as an admin, and my password, put in my admin password. If I try to put in a wrong password and log in, it's going to tell me, okay, bad credentials. So we'll most likely will get rid of this and just give a bad credential as well. So let me put in my right credential. We can see this has been logged in, and we can see the admin dashboard over here. And if I click on the admin, we can see admin has, my name is displaying here. I can manage a room, I can manage a booking. So if I click on manage room, it's going to show me all the rooms, and I have the ability to add a room, to edit a room, and it has pagination as well. And I can also filter a room by the room type as well. And yeah, so let's first of all just try to add a new room and see. So here you are going to select a file. So let's try to add this queen room. You select a file, is going to show you the room. Then here you can select the room type. You can select the available room type. If it's not there, you can click on order to specify to add a new room. So let's just click on this and call this a queen. So the room price, you just put the room price. Let's just make this 890. And the room description, let's just call it a queen room. And add, click on add. Are you sure you want to add? Yes. So when you click on that, it's going to try to add a room. We can see here room added successfully, and it's auto navigate back, and we can see the new room that we just added over here. So I can also as well click on edit room to edit a room. So if I click on this, it's going to show me the room image, the details of the room type, the room price, and the description. I can decide to edit this room and decide to like select a different image, room image for the room. So let me use this kind of image for the queen room, and let's just change the price to, let's say, 1100, and the description, let's say a queen room edited, so we can see it was actually edited. I can click on update. I can also delete a room. So let me first of all click on the update a room. We can see room updated successfully, and it's going to go back to where I was coming from. So here is the room that was updated, queen room updated, and we can see the image has changed to the new image. So as well, I can also click on this to also delete the room. Click on that. Are you sure you want to delete? Yes. Okay. And room deleted successfully. We can see here the room has been deleted and has been removed. So in the same time, I can also go, if I go to my admin page, I can also manage all bookings. So if I click on bookings, we can see all the bookings that Figon Hotel currently have. And I can also use pagination to go to the next page. And I can also filter a booking by a booking number. Let's just say 8CKM. We can say this booking was filtered out. And yeah, so I can manage a booking. Let me manage this booking. So this is the booking details. The lady who booked a room, we can see Sarah, that was the room that was booked recently. We can see the room type. I can decide to achieve this booking. Click on that. Are you sure you want to achieve? Yes. The booking was successfully achieved, and we can see the booking is gone, automatically gone. So yeah, so that's what we are going to be building. So at the same time, if I let me log out and log in again as a user. So let me log in again as a user, and password. So here as a user, I can also, if I try to book a room, let me just go to rooms. I think this room, let's view the room. So if I try to book a room that has been booked, probably have some bookings, we are going to see the bookings will be displayed. So if I want to book, I can book. So I will know that this is some bookings already exist with this room. So I can probably book a different date here. So let's just book this. So let me try to book within this date range. That's That's 6, that's 21, and this 22. So if I try to book within this time, I try to confirm a booking, it's going to tell me that the room is not available for the selected date range. So let me choose a different date. Let's just say 25, and let's just say 27, and confirm booking, accept booking. Or we can say a booking was booked because it was booked in a different date. So it's, it's going to show for like some second, and it's going to navigate back. So if I try to over here again, we can see here all the list of bookings associated with this room is already there. So yes, so let me log out and try to register a user. Um, Let me just register a user here. So I can register a user. Let's just call this Fagon. Email is Fagon there. Phone number is, let's say, +19, some kind of random number, password, Fagon. So click on register, and it's telling me that Fagon was successfully registered. Okay, so takes me to the home page where I can sign up. Let me just check if I can remember my credential that I use in signing up registry. And okay, I think I did not really. I just put in some dummy passwords. Let me check. Okay. Okay, let me just try to register again with a different user. So let's use Hassan. So let's use, that's the name. Hassan should be Hassan. The email should be this. Hassan, then the phone number should be +91, some random value, and the password should be Hassan. So click on register, and user was successfully registered. And here for the login, so let me just log in with Hassan, and the password was Hassan. So you can see Hassan was successfully logged in. If I go to the profile here, go to the profile, I can see Hassan here, and the booking history, Hassan currently have no booking. So let's move forward to look at our entity and look at the design architecture. So for our design architecture, we are going to be having a user entity, a room entity, and a booking. So a user is going to have a list of this field: ID, the email, the name, phone number, password, row, and a list of bookings, who is going to have a reference and an association to a booking entity. So a room is going to have this field: room type, room price, photo, room description, and list of bookings. And a room is going to be associated with a booking. And a booking as well have all these dates, fields that we saw earlier. And a booking is going to be associated with both a user and a room. As a user is going to be having list of bookings, a user can have multiple bookings, which is list of booking. A room can have multiple bookings, that's relationship, and a booking can belong to a user and also belong to a room. So these are going to be the relationship of our design and what we will be building. Let's get into it. So we are first going to create our backend Spring Boot application. So to do that, I'm just going to start .spring.io. I'm going to be using this Spring Initializer, Maven, the latest stable version. I'm just going to call this Fagon Hotel. I'll just say Fagon Dev, and this is going to be Hotel Fagon. And I'm just going to using Java 21. I'm going to select my dependency. I will use what? I will use Lombok. I will use my Spring Web. I will use my JPA. I'm going to use Postgres for our database, and I'm going to use a validation. So then our Spring Security, lest we forget. Then everything seems fine. I'm going to generate So this has been generated for me. I'll go to my downloads. I'm going to extract it here. And I'm going to my IntelliJ. I'm going to open it up. Is this? So as that is trying to resolve my dependency, I will just let me just go over here. I think that's been resolved quickly. I will just go to my resource and add my database connectivity. So already copied it out. I'm just going to paste it here. Our server is 4040. Our database is for Postgres connection. Our database is going to be Figon Hotel DB. And my username is this, and my password is this, driver Postgres, and our DDL up to update. So I'm going to create this database in my Postgres. So make sure your Postgres is running. And I'm just going to my PG4 admin. I'm going to create a database here. I'm just going to call this Figon Hotel DB. So save. That has been created. So I'm going over here to add my necessary dependency. We are going to be using JWT. So I'm just going to add JSON web token. So this is the legacy one. Let's go to this. And it's telling us that this is the legacy. To use this, let's use the implementation, the API, and then maybe the Jackson for serialization. So let me open the implementation in a new tab, open the API on a new tab, and open the Jackson here. So I'm just going to go for the latest version. And I'm just going to copy this, go to my project, my pom.xml. Scroll down, I'm going to paste it here. Then at the same time, I'm going to get that for my implementation. Go to this table one, to the latest, copy that, paste it down. At the same time, I'm going to get for my API, click on that, copy that, and paste it. So since we are also going to be saving our images to S3 bucket, we are also going to be needing that dependency. So over here, I'm just going to call this, say S3 Maven dependency. So mavenrepository.com Java SDK3, and we're going to be using the latest version here. And see, click on that, and I'm going to copy that and paste it. So I'm just going to refresh so it will download my dependency for me. So as that is trying to download, I'm going to structure my folder. And as that, let me just structure that quickly. So we are going to be having our controller package. We are going to be having our DTO package. We are going to be having our entity, our model package. Then our exception for custom exception handling. Then our repo. Then our security. We are going to be writing our security configuration. Then our service class. Then we have our util. And that is that for our service. We're going to be having our implementation package, our interface, and our implementation. So I'm just going to call this implementation, and then I'm going to have my interface as well. So that seems fine. So let me run my application and see if it's going to run fine. Okay, we can see everything runs fine because we're using security and it gave us our default password. Next, we are going to write our entities. So let me stop this and I'll go to my entity package. I'm going to first start with my user entity. So let's call this user. And here let's annotate with our data at entity, at table, and name should be users. And here I'm just going to implement my user details from Spring Security. So I don't want to like have a different class for this. So let's use this class again for that as well. So implement methods. So I'm going to write my feeds where I have my ID, where a user should have an email, a user should have a name, a user should have a phone number as well. The user should have a password. And the user should have a role. Let's just make this a string. We can actually use a role in number. Let's just use this a string. And then a user will have a booking. A user can book multiple rooms. So let's just say booking. So I'm just going to create this entity shortly. Let's call this bookings. And let me just make this a new array list. And a user, I think that's all. So let's just give this the correct annotation. This is going to be at ID, the primary key, generated value should be generated value. Then the strategy should be identity, generation type dot identity. Then our email, we want our email to be unique. We don't want duplicate email. So let me just say unique equals to true. And let me also like use kind of some validation to say email is required. Like it should not be blank. And message should just be. So that's for that. So for name, let's also say name is required when signing up a user. No, this is already email. This for name. And password as well. Password is required. Yeah, so I think this looks a bit okay. So now the user has an ID which is auto-generated. He has a name, an email. He has a name. He has a phone number. He has a password, and it also has a role. A role can be an admin or a user. So let's stick with those two for now. So at override, I'm just going to say it's going to be list.off new simple granted authority. Just get rid of this big icon here. And let's just see a role. Then get password. Just going to use this for now. Then username. Let's make our email our unique identifier. So the user is going to be I logged in using the email, and that's going to be what we're going to be used to uniquely identify a user. So for these other ones here, let's just make them true. It's more like a negation. Make this true, true, true. I can't enable true. Is credential non-expired, like opposite of expired. So yeah, so that looks good. Okay, so let's proceed by writing our booking entity. So, or let's proceed. Let's just do our room entity first, then before we do our booking entity. So I think so. Before that, let me look at my user if I'm doing some. I think let's before I do that, let me add my relationship to my booking. So this is going to be a one. This is going to be a one-to-many relationship. That means a user can have multiple bookings. So that's what this means. So here I'm just going to map by is going to be a user, and I just want to fetch type. Let's make this a lazy, and when a user is deleted, we want to delete all the user bookings as well. And when a booking is added, we want to like make that booking reference to the user. So that's what this does. So this looks a little bit okay. So let's proceed to our booking, to our room entity. So here I'm just going to create a new class. I'm just going to call that room. And over here, I'm going to just copy this. That's going to be here. I'm just going to get the primary key. I'm just going to put that here. And for a room, is going to, let's call this rooms. The database, the table name is going to be rooms, and this is fine. So let's have other properties. Then a room is going to have a room type. A room type. When you're adding a room, give it a room type. Then you should also have a room price. That should be the room price should be like a big decimal. Let's make sure our spelling is correct. So a room also is going to have a photo URL. Whenever we save our photo on the cloud, we are going to store the URL to that photo here. So let's just call this room photo URL. Then a room is going to have a description as well. Then a room is going to have a list of bookings. Let's call this bookings equals to new released. I should have like auto come for me. Yeah. So yeah, so this fine. So let me add my relationship here. It's going to be a one-to-many relationship. So this is going to be mapped by room. And here, let me fetch, I think let's just fetch by lazy again. That means that we're going to fetch it when it's required. If fetch type dot lazy and cascade, when you delete a room, delete all the bookings associated with that room. And when you add the bookings, kind of link it to the room as well. So this is fine. And before I proceed, let me override let me just add override here. Generate toString. Let me override my toString since we are going to be having a list of bookings, and whenever I try to print my room object out using system.out.print, if this list of bookings have a lot of bookings, it may lead to a stack overflow. So that means so let me just not print the bookings along if I'm like manually printing it out. So I'm going to get rid of that because this has going to be have a lot of like for loops. So at the same time for the user, let me also override as well here. So let me just say generate no generate toString. So let me like get rid of the bookings because the booking is like a so this is not important. You can probably just skip this. So it's not really it's not going to affect anything. So you get so it's not anything. So let's proceed to write our booking entity. Class booking, and as usual, let me see our booking is back here. So let's just get this and let's call these bookings. So let me just get my primary key. So let's proceed with our properties. So we're going to book a room. What you need to book a room is you need the check-in date. Let me make that a local date. Then I will also need the check-out date. When are you going to check in? You let us know. When are you going to check out? You also let us know. Then the number of adults that are going to be staying in the room. We want that information. And then if you have kids coming along, we also need that information. Then the total number of guests. This we're going to calculate this internally. We don't need that from you. Then we are going to generate a booking confirmation code for you, so you can easily use to verify your booking when coming to check in. So let's just call it booking confirmation code. Then we're just going to link this booking to a user. So user is going to be the one making a booking. So also make sure that the user you're importing is from this entity, not a Spring security user. So just call this a user. And also this booking is going to be associated with a room because we're actually booking a room. So let's just add that quickly. And then let me add a relationship for a room. This is going to be a many to one relationship. Many to one. That means many bookings can be associated with a room. A room can have many bookings. So I'm just going to use a fetch type dot lazy. We even need this. I think adjoin column. Let's just join column. What's going on here? Join column. Name. Let's just call this. Is going to be joined at the room ID. Okay. So in our bookie table, we are going to, in place of room, we are going to see the room ID. So yeah, so that's what that is. So my user, I'm also going to, it's going to be a many-to one as well. So let me just copy this. A booking can, a user can have many bookings. A booking can be associated to many bookings can be associated to a user. And this is going to be booking ID, user ID, sorry. So yeah, so this is the user ID. So as we proceed, let's also write our method to calculate the number of guests. So we don't expect you to type in the number of guests. So just tell us the adults that are going to stay in the room and the children. That we are going to use those information to calculate the number of guests and save at our end. So you can also get just take this off if you don't need it, but I just like it to know the number of people in my room. So here I'm just going to create a method to just do that. Public void, and just call this calculate total number of guests. And this is going to be this dot total number of guests. Total number of guests equals to this dot number of adults plus number of children. Number of children. So that looks fine. So when we're going to use this, so whenever we have our number of adults and number of children is being data are being assigned, we want to run this method so it will calculate total number of guests for us. So to do this, I'm just going to override the setter for both. Generate setter for number of adults and number of children. So I'd say setter, not getter. This is a getter method. Yeah, it's a setter. I think I clicked the wrong one. It's going to be a setter for these two. So whenever we are trying to set in value for the number of adult and children, let's quickly run this method to calculate the total number of guests. So yeah, which is also going to set the value. Okay, so I'm just going to come over here, number of guests. I'm going to come over here as well, calculate number of guests. Okay, so in case we decide to print out these objects, let me just override it to string. So we will not run into a recursive loop. So I'm just going to get rid of the user and the room. Yeah, so everything works fine. So we can add some validation to our feeds, like the check-in date. We can say it should not be, it's required, let's just do that. At not none. Let's say message check-in date is required. Let's do that again for checkout as well. For number of adults and number of children, you can just say for checkout, just say let's just use a future and say check out date must be in the future. That means if you're checking in today, you should not check out today. So that's what that is. So for here, let me just, for adult, let's just use at minimum. And we're just going to say the minimum value for an adult should be 1. If you want to check in that there should be an adult, message should be number of adults should not be less than 1. But for the children, we just want the number to be like 0. Minimum value should be 0. Number of children should not be less than 0, or should not be a negative number. Yeah, so that looks fine. And yep, move forward to write our DTO. So before we do that, let me just make this. When you are fetching a booking, let's fetch the user quickly. Like, let's just fetch the user quickly. And in my room entity, let me just call this room description, so it will be descriptive rather than description. So let me call it room description. So just make modification here. So that seems a bit okay. So my DTO, I'm just going to start with, let me start with my user DTO. So let me just call this user DTO. And here it's just going to be my data, my JSON. What's that? My JSON include this JSON. JSON include dots not non null. So what this means is that, what's going on here? Okay. Let me see, JSON include. What was that? Oh, so this was ignored. So that was why I think should be JSON includes. Yeah, JSON include dot not null. Yeah. So what this does is, whenever we are returning an object and the properties in the field are null, is going to ignore those properties. Okay. Yeah. So just go quickly. Let's have our ID. Let's have our email. The same entity values. Let's have our name. Let's have our phone number. Then let's have our role. Then let's have our list of bookings. Let me just call this booking DTO. And here is going to be called bookings. And let's just set it to be new array lists. And yep, so that's good. So here I'm just going to say string of name. Yep, so next, let me create my room DTO. Come over here. Let me come over here. Room DTO. So at the same way, let me just put this data and that there. So here we're just going to have almost similar values, the same data in our entity. We're just going to map them here. So private string room type, private string room price. No, this should be a big decimal there, big decimal. So private string room photo URL, then private string room description, and private list of booking DTO. We're going to call this bookings, and I'm going to write my booking DTO. Oh, booking DTO. As usual, just put that there. And our big DTO, we're going to write the same feed we have in our booking entity, which is going to be ID, local date. Let's call this check in date, same thing. We're going to have our checkout date. We're going to have number of adults. We're going to have number of children. We're going to have total number of guests. We are going to have our booking confirmation code. Then we are going to have our user DTO. For this user, are going to have a room DTO. Let's call this room. So yep, so this looks fine. Let's move on to write our login request. In case we want to log in, call login requests. Just make it kind of descriptive. This is going to be a data, and I'm just going to have two values to log in, which is my email and my password. So email, what? Email, yeah. So I'm just going to make this not blank. Message is going to be image is required. And the same thing for password. Password is required. Yep, so everything seems fine. I'm going to have a one class for all my response. So let's just call this response. It's going to be one class that's going to be used to return all my responses. So yeah. So here the data and just JSON include dot non null. So here I'm just going to have first my integer, which is a status. This code is going to determine if this is successful or not. I'm going to also pass in a message. If it's successful, I'm going to pass in a message. If not, I'm going to also pass in a message. So this is my token. In case I log in, is going to return my token. And this is to return a role. So as we said earlier, since I'm using JSON include not null, whatever value that is null here is not going to be returned. So this can be used as a generic class for all kind of responses. So let's continue. This, let me call this expiration time. Booking confirmation code. Whenever we book, we want to have a confirmation code. Then let me also use this to return my user entity, user room detail room. list of user detail, user lists, import that, and list of room detail. Let's call this room list. Booking detail. Let's call this booking list. Yep, so everything seems fine. Let's move forward to write our repository. Oh, so before we move forward, I did not add my bookings to this. So let me just map my bookings along. I just call that booking. So yep. This is good. Let's move to our repo and write our repository. So I'm going to start with my user repository. So I'm just going to call this user repository. Is an interface actually, as it extends JPA repository, and the model is a user, and the primary key is a long. And here I'm just going to write two methods. So first is to, if an email exists, call it exists by email, string email. And then secondly, I'm just going to find by email. So this is going to be an optional of user. I'm going to find a user by email, find by email. As usual, again, I'm going to pass in the email. So this seems a bit good. I'm going to proceed to write the room repository. I'm going to room repository. As usual, it's extends JPA repository, and it's a room, and primary key is a long. So this is an interface, and we are going to having some methods. First of all, we're just going to have a method that's going to find all rooms, to find all room type. So this is going to be a string. It should return a string, and let's just call this find distinct room type. So what's going to do is, if we have like room, let's say presidential room, suite, a double room, a single room, it's going to just return all of them, like a list of those rooms. So that's what this does. So at query, let me just write my custom query. Let's say select distinct. Distinct means that it's not going to return two single room. If we have single room is going to return like one single because they are the same. So that's what distinct is. So let's just call this room arrow dot room type from room arrow. So that is done. So next I'm going to write a query to get all available rooms. It's going to be list of room, and let's call this get all available rooms. So this I'm going to add a query as well. and it's going to be select room arrow from room arrow where r.id, that's the room.id, is not in this query, which is it's not in the booking entity. So we're basically selecting a room that has not been booked. So that's what we are doing here. Select b dot room dot id from what? Booking. Let's call the booking b. So we're basically selecting a room that has not been booked. That's what this means. So thirdly, we're going to have a method that's going to get all the rooms within a date range and room type. So we want to filter a room by date range and room type. So this is going to get all those rooms that have not been booked within a date range and a room type. So that's what this is in. So this helps to get all available rooms that have not been booked, while this one is going to get the rooms that have not been booked within a particular time. So yeah, let's just call this, no, let's go just say find available rooms by date and types. So this is going to pass in a check-in date, a local date of check out date, then a room type as well. Yeah, so I'm going to write some kind of a long kind of query here. This is going to be, I'm going to first of all select, let's call it room arrow from room, which is arrow, where the arrow dot the room dot room type is like, so using like, we have to use a person double dot room. Let's just copy this room type here, room type, then close the apart and arrow.id is not in. Now let's write our select query now. It's not in this booking table. Select booking bk dot room dot id from booking, let's call it bk, where I think it's time for me to move this down to the next line, where let me use another break here again, where bk booking dot check in date, no, check in date is smaller than or equal to check out date. And Let me use another one here again. Booking, check out date is greater than or equal to, and the value that we're passing in, which is the check-in date. So yeah, so let's close this bracket here. So everything is fine. So here opens here, it closes here. I'm selecting arrow, which is room from room, where room type is like the room type that we're passing in, and the room.id is not in this booking entity, this booking table. So in the booking table, we are selecting the booking.the-room ID, which is this room ID now. From booking, where the booking or the check-in date is not equals, it's not lesser than equals to our check-in date that we're passing in. Okay, this one closes here, and the booking, the checkout date is greater than equals to the check-in date, which is closing here. Yep, so this seems to work fine. Like, we haven't tested it, so we'll test it out, and if there's any issue or query concern, we are going to come and remodify. But for now, the logic looks presentable and good. So we are going to proceed to write our booking repository. So for my booking repository, I'm just going to call this booking repository. This is going to be an interface, and it extends our JPA repository, and it takes in a booking, and primary key is a lang. So this is just going to have just one method to find booking by confirmation code. So this is going to return a booking. So this is just going to be find booking by confirmation code. Just going to pass in the confirmation code. Let's just use a descriptive name so we can. Yep, so this looks good. Let's quickly write our exception class. So this is going to be used for custom exception handling. Let's just call this our exception. It's going to be very, very simple. This is going to extend runtime exception, and it's going to be very simple. Just create a constructor here, pass in a message, and here I'm just going to invoke the super. I'm just going to collect the message. So yeah, so that is that. So we are going to write our custom user detail service. So in my service package, I'm just going to create a class here. I'm going to call it custom user detail service, and this is going to be a service, and I'm going to implement the Spring Security user detail service. So user detail service, and here I'm going to implement the method which is to load user by username. So here I'm just going to auto wire my user repository, and here I'm just going to say user repository dot find by email, which is going to be our username. So the username is basically going to be our email. Then dot or let's throw an exception, and let's just call this let's use our exception to catch it. Our exception or let's just say user not found exception. Username not found exception, and just, you know what, let's should we let's use this and just say username not found. Yep, so this has been settled. So let's proceed to write our JWT utils, which we are going to be using to generate a token, to validate a token, and to do things that have to do with token authentication. So go to my util package. I'm just going to call this JWT utils, and it's a class. I'm just going to annotate this with at service because we're going to be injecting it in other places. So first, I'm just going to create my inspiration time for my token, which is final. It is a long, and let's just call this expiration time equals to, let's just make this to expire in 7 days. So this is going to be the equivalent in milliseconds. 24 times 7. What's that? Duration in 7 days, milliseconds equivalent. Yeah. Okay, so that's been done. So I'm just going to create my secret key. Secret key, let's use the Java S crypto, and let's just call this a key. So I'm just going to create my JWT constructor, and I'm just going to create a hashing secret string. It can be any dummy value. So just put any dummy data that's, kind of hash to decode. So this is a long dummy data. So just look for dummy data and just put in there. So this is going to be the secret string for coding our JWT token. So anybody can easily decode that. So yeah. Okay, so that's that. Then I'm just going to just create a secret value for this secret key. So this is going to be a byte. Let's say byte, key byte, goes to base. I use base 64. What? 64 java.util. Let's use that. Dot get decoder. Dot decode. Then our secret string. Dot get byte. Then standard. Let's use JWT F8. Standard cassette with F8. And yep, so that's that. So also, please, also for this secret string here, make it to be very long, because when we have using the decode, this should be like, you should have a base 64 decodable, you get. So make this to be very long, as something like this, so you can easily decode it here. So yep, so then let's just assign this dot key capital K E Y equal to new secret spec, and it's going to be by key bytes, and we're going to decode it using a H mark SHA256. So this is the coding algorithm for generating the token. So yeah, it's a very secure and hard to decode coding algorithm. So that is set. So we are going to continue. and we are going to create a method to generate a token. So call this public, return a token, which is a string, and let's call this generate token. I'm going to pass in our user details, and let's call this user details. So it's going to return JWT S from our JSON web token, io.json web token. Then dot builder is a builder method. Let's set a subject to be user details dot get username. Then dot issue at is going to be a date, new dates, and system dot get current system dot get current hour, new date, system dot current util. So this is going to be the date it was issued. It's going to keep track of the token via the issue date. And then dot expiration, let's set an expiring time, which is a new date again. System syst system dot current util plus the expiration time, which is the expiration time. So it's going to start counting from the current date, which is the till. It's going to add this milliseconds to decode the expiration time. So yeah, just get rid of this. Then dot sign with key. What's going on here? Let's sign in with this our key, which is this key here, which we later created using this algorithm. Dot compact. Yep, so that's that. We've successfully created our token. So let's also create a method to extract the token. So public string let's extract our details from the token. Remember, the token was created using our get username from the user details, which is our email. So this method is going to return our email, which we use in generating that token. So whenever we pass in a token, we can extract the details from that token using this. So yeah, so let's just stop talking and start writing it. So this is going to take in a token, and yeah, so let's return extract claim. So I'm going to create this method shortly below. Let's just pass in the claims and the subjects. So yep, so below I'm going to create the extract claims, which is going to be a private. It's going to be used within this class alone, and a generic extract claims, and it takes in a token, which is this token here, and then a claims, which is a function type T, and let's call that claims function, and we are going to return claims function dot apply then JWT dot pass dot verify with our key, which we use in creating it, dot build dot pass sign claims token dot get payload. Yep, so that is done. So we are going forward to just check if it's valid, if a token is valid. So let's just call this as valid token. and string token, passing a user details, we'll just say final string username, extract claims, no, extract username, then the token. After we've successfully gotten that, we're just going to return a true or false based on that result. So you say username dot equals username dot get name, no, user details dot get username, and not is token expired. I'm going to create that shortly below. Is token expired? I'm going to pass in the token as well. So this is going to return true or false. If the username is passed in, if the token is passed in, it's going to validate it against the user details. So it's going to just extract that user detail and check if it matches the user details here, and if it's not expired as well. So one problem is valid token. Let's just make this T. So below, I'm going to create the is token expired. It's going to be a private method again, just return true or false, and it's going to take in a token. Here I'm just going to extract claims, token, claims dot get expiration dot before new dates. Yeah, so everything looks good here. We haven't tested, but it's fine. If there's any kind of problem, as usual, we'll come back and resolve. To move forward to write our security implementation. So first, do I have my security folder already? Okay, yeah. So first, I'm going to write my course configuration so we can connect from the front end. So I'm just going to call this course config, and it's going to be at configuration. And here I'm going to just create a bin of it and public web MVC configurer. Let's just give it the same name and return new web MVC configurer. I'm going to override add course mapping, and here I'm just going to return a registry. I'm just going to say, just use this registry here. I'm say registry dot add mapping for all our, what's that, for all endpoints that's matching slash any other thing that comes after. I want to allow methods. I want to allow a get method on them. I want to allow a post method on them. I want to allow a put method on them, and I want to allow a delete on them. So after that, I want to allow all origins irrespective of the origin, which is a star means all origin. So if I have some definite URL I want to permit, I can place them in the origin. But for now, this is good. And yep, so let's move quickly to write our JWT Auth Filter. So come to my security and call this JWT Auth filter. Why is all in capital letter? Auth filter. So this is going to be injected elsewhere as components, and this is going to extend our once per request filter. So I'm just going to implement method which is do filter internal. So here I'm just going to bring down my JWT utils and then my custom user details service which we created not long ago. So within our do filter internal, I'm going to grab my authentication which is coming from probably the front end or Postman or whatever we are using to access our endpoint. Let's just intercept the header, which is going to be our request dot get header, or and in header we're going to collect the authentication. Sorry, authorization. Authorization. So remember, if we are passing in, since this is a secured endpoint, most of the time they are going to be passing in a token, and those tokens going to be coming in as authorization. So we are collecting the auth header here. Okay, so final, let's extract our JWT token, and then let's also collect our the user email as well. So I'm just first of all just going to write one check here. If an auth header is not present, auth header equals to null, or auth header dot is blank. I'm just going to say filter chain dot do filter, then just push it to the next security, which is we are going to create later. So just push it to the next line of check and then return. So don't proceed to do any other thing. So yeah, but if there's a value present in the auth header, which is our token, which is present, so let's extract the token now. So I'm just going to say JWT token equals to auth header dot substring. So let's just remove the first 7 character, which are not the token, which is just the bearer, and then get the actual token. So then when we've done with that, we're just going to say user email equal to JWT with this again dot extract our username, which is from the token now that we've collected from our header. So we're going to use that token to extract an email because an email is encoded in the token. So our JWT UT is going to do its job. It was paid for it. It's going to do that for us. So after that is be done, I'm just going to use to check if user.email is not equals to null, it was successful, and where's and here, and security context holder dot get context dot get source dot get authentication equals to null, uh, equals to null, then details user details equals to custom user details dot load by username, which is now the user image. So we are loading the username now. We're loading the user details of that person. So all the details that have to do with that person, we are loading it. Okay, so let me not explain further. So let's just move. Then let's have another method if JWT token, JWT UT dot, let's validate is valid token. Let's say JWT token and user details. So that means if it's not expired or something like that, then security context, security context equals to security context holder dot create empty context. So now, what's that? So now username, password, authentication token for that token equal to new that, and let's say the user details, let's say null, and then we pass in the user details dot get authorities. So authority, we're going to get like the role of the user. So yep, now move forward. Let me just kind of shift this here so we'll see what's going on. Yeah, so let's just move forward. Now token is equals to, let me make this a little bit big here. Yep, so I think should I move this to next page so we can see? Yep. Then token is equals to token dot set details is gonna be new web authentication data source dot builder. Let's build the details and the request. It's kind of like a long process. The security context dot set authentication Java token and security context holder dot set context, which is security context. So we are going to now move it to the next chain of reaction, which is our filter chain. So here we're now saying, okay, we've tried our best to verify this guy. Now this is the information we got, so proceed, which is now filter chain dot do filter, then requests and response. Yeah, so it's not left for the security filter chain to do its job. Okay, so let me just try to refactor this. All right, so let's just check if everything is fine. Authorization. Okay, extract that. Yeah, so for now it looks good. So let's move to our security config where the information is going to be passed to. So I'm going to call that security config Yeah, so this is going to be at configuration at enable web security at, we also want a method enable method security as well. Okay, so here we are going to bring in some of our properties like our custom user data service and our auth filter. So let's say private custom user data service at auto wired JWT Auth Filter. Okay, so let's just create a bin here of security filter chain. Let's just call it the same thing, and it's going to take in HTTP security, let's just call it the same, and just throws error, throws exception. Yep, so let's say HTTP security dot sysrf. Let's just abstract HTTP configurer, abstract HTTP configurer, and let's just disable it for now. And let's pass our course CORS and say customizer dot with default, and then dot authorize HTTP request, which is this, and let's call this request. Let's just say okay, request now dot request matches. So if it matches, let's just say our auth, we're going to be having our auth where we have to already be having our registration and login. So if it matches that, or it matches, let's say, our bookings or rooms, or it matches our bookings, if the part matches this, then let's permit all. Permit all. We can as well say if it matches everything, like let's just say if it matches everything. So that's gonna be crazy. Yeah, it's still gonna work. So let's just make, if it matches this route, let's permit them. Okay. Or if there's any other thing that it matches, let's authenticate it with our token that the user probably might have gotten when it logged in. So yep. So let's say dot session management. Let's call it manager, and let's say manager dot session creation policy. Let's use stateless, and then dot authentication provider. Let's, I'm going to create this authentication. I'm just going to create this below shortly. Let me just say provider, and then dot add filter before JWT Auth Filter. So this filter is going to come before, which is this filter. So this filter as well is going to pass in the result to the security config. Yeah, so that's what we are doing here. So we're saying also do username password authentication filter dot class. So yep, so everything looks fine. So I'm going to move forward. Oh, before then, let's just return the security. HTTP security, let's build it. Dot build. Sounds good. So manager, let me just spell this correctly. So yep, so next let's create our authentication provider, which is public authentication provider, which is going to be authentication provider, which is this here. We are just going to say DAO authentication provider, DAO authentication provider equals to new DAO. Then this dot set user details service is going to be our custom user details service, and then DAO provider dot set password encoder. We're just going to use password encoder, which we are going to create again. This is going to be used to encode the password. Okay, encoder, and let's return DAO authentication provider. So below, I'm going to create a bin of password encoder. Bins public password encoder. We're also going to be using this to encode our password when a user is creating an account. So we don't want to store the password physically on the DB. We want to encode it and save. We're also going to be making use of this encoder here. So now it's a bin. We can easily use it all over our application. So let's say return new. Just use bcrypt to encode. And yep, so this is password encoder. Let's just password encoder. Let's just invoke the method. So yep, so this seems to look good. We are going to move forward to start writing our services. First, we are going to write our AWS service to save image to S3. So before we do that, let's go to our S3. Let me get rid of this. Let's go to our AWS cloud and go to aws.amazon.com. See, then you should sign into the console. If you don't have an account, you should create an account. Is completely free for 1 year. And yeah, so click on sign in. And I already have my account here. Let me sign in with that. Okay, I've successfully been signed in. So what we are going to do is I'm just going to over the services and go to I am here, or I'll just click on the search here and search for I am. And click on that I am. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a credential for connecting to our AWS cloud so we can save an image. So I'm basically going to need an access key and a secret key. So for us to do that, well, first of all, we need to create a user, or maybe if we have users already, we can create a credential, an S3 credential for that user, so we can use the access and secret key to upload the image over here. So what I'm going to do, to the left here, you can see users. Click on that. Then it's going to come over here. If you have users already, it's going to be listed out for you. But if you don't, you click over here on the create user. So I'm going to create a new user, and I'm just going to call this Vegan Hotel user. And don't click on this. So just this alone is okay. Click on next. Go to attached policy over here. Click on it. Click on next. Then over here, we are going to search for S3. Then click on Amazon S3 full access. You want to give it a full access. Move over here, click on next. Then that's that. Just click on create a user. And you can see over here, a user was successfully created, which we can see over here as user. So click on that user. And here we are going to create a key for that user. But if you already have users, you can just click on the user and then over here create a key. So I'm just going to click on this over here to create an access key for that user. Click on that. Then over here, just click on others. It does not matter what you click. Go next. Then just create a description tag. I'll just call this image upload to S3. Click on create key. Then you can choose to download the CSV file if you feel like. Okay, so for me, I'm going to be using this access key and this secret key. So I'm going to copy my access key. I'll go to my application of property. I'm just going to call it aws.s3.access key. I'm just going to save it here. At the same time, I'm going to also copy my secret key. So let me just call the secret. So come over here as well. This is my secret key, secret access key. Click on that, copied, then go over here and also save it here. So by default, it's not really advisable to save our access and secret key directly here. And also, it's not a good practice to push this to the repo. So most likely it's advised to have an env file where you put your asset and secret key, and from there you can reference on your code. So for test sake, let's just use it directly. You can choose to download it if you want. Let's click on download, and let's just click on done, and that is that. So you can click also create other access key for probably other service if you want. You can also revoke it and all of that. So yep, so this is done. So what we are going to do next is we will go back to our cloud account, and we are going to create a bucket which is going to store our images. A bucket is just a folder that stores image. So over here, I'm going to go back to my search over here at the top. At the top here, I'm just going to click on S3 to search. Then we can see S3 over here. I'm just going to click on S3. And so this is the S3 part. So if you already have a list of bucket, it's going to be displayed below here. But if you don't, if you have a new account, then you have to click on this place to create a bucket. So let's click on here, create a bucket. And for here, let us select just put the bucket name. You have to type in the name. So for me, let me call this hotel. Let's just use, let's say, Figon hotel buckets. Okay, let's see images. Okay, so that's that. Just unclick this. So click on I understand and click on create bucket. So over here, just have your bucket name, give it your name, then you unblock this, make sure this is not clicked, then that's all you have to do. Acknowledge this and click on create bucket. So our bucket was successfully created. So if I click on it, we can see there's currently nothing in the bucket. I can decide to upload image manually, but that's not what we want to do. So next we are going to configure this bucket. So I'm just going to over here, click on permission, which is this here. And here currently the bucket policy, there's no policy over here. So I'm going to click on edit this thing, and I'm going to paste a policy over here. So this is very simple. You can just go to ChatGPT and just type in bucket S3 bucket policy for getting all objects. It's just going to bring a policy for us. So if we don't put a policy, we will not be able to access the images that are uploaded to this bucket. So hence the reason why we have to write our policy here. So I have my policy written out already. So here I'm just going to change this resource to, I'm just going to replace this with this over here. This is my bucket name. So I'm just going to replace this with that. And yeah, so this is a get. I want anybody who have access to the URL of this image to be able to get the object from this bucket. So that's what I'm saying. L3 get objects, and the effect is allow on all. So of the objects in this bucket, you can access of the objects in this bucket. So that's what this policy is. So I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to save, and that has been successfully saved there. So yes, we are going to move forward. So I'm going to write my service class for uploading an image to our bucket. So go to my code part on the service. I'm going to create a class here. I'm just going to call this AWS S3 Service. I'm just going to, then here I'm going to annotate this with at service, a service class. Then I'm going to get in my access and secret key. So it's going to be private string. Let's call it AWS S3 secret key. And at the same time, let's also have our access key, ACC access key. So here I'm going to get the values from my application.property. So I'm just going to use the add value to inject it here. And I'm going to go over here, just get the absolute part of it. This is the name. So come over here. So just paste it there. At the same time, let me just do the same thing for the secrets. Let me rearrange this. Go over here, also get this for the secrets. So we are now using the access and secret value here. So what we are going to do next is we are going to create a method to save, to upload an image. So this is going to be public and it's going to return a string that is going to return the image URL that was successfully saved. So let's just call the save image to S3 and it's going to take in the multi-path file and let's just call that photo. Just move this down a little bit. So here I'm just going to, first of all, we are going to just like get the bucket name. So I didn't really get the bucket name earlier. So let me copy my bucket name, which is Figon Hotel Bucket. So this is the bucket name. Here I'm just going to say private final string bucket name. I'm just going to put my bucket name there. Okay, so here I'm just going to say string. This is going to be my S3 location, my S3 image location. Whenever I save an image, I want to, assign the location of the image to this place so I can return it. So for now, let's just keep it at none. Then let's have a try and a catch. For catching, let's have an exception. If there's exception, let's print it out and let's just throw new. Let's just use our exception to catch this and let's just say unable to upload image to S3 buckets. Okay. Yep, so that's that. Within our try exception, let's just get, first of all, get the file name. Let's call it S3 file name. The name we want to save. Let's just get the name from the photo dot get original name. Let's get the original file name. So after that, I'm just going to say basic AWS credentials, which is AWS credentials equals to new basic AWS credential. I'm going to pass in my access key and my secret key to create an authentication secret key. We are going to create our Amazon client. So let's say Amazon S3. Let's just call this S3 client. This is going to be Amazon S Amazon S3 client builder dot standard. Then I'm just going to say no, not. I'm just going to say with credentials. I'm just going to say new AWS static credential provider. we are going to pass in our AWS credential here. Then we are going to say with region. This is kind of optional, but let's use that. It's region.eu.us west 2. So if I go to my account here, I can see that for my bucket, I'm using US West East 2. So that's Ohio, or is most likely, yeah, optional. So whatever region you are using, just pass it here. Then after that, I'm going to build, and I'm going to collect my input stream. Let's call this input stream, and it's going to be photo.getInputStream. And then I'm just going to get my object metadata. Let's call it metadata equals to new object metadata. So that looks good. I'm just going to say metadata.set content type. We want our content to be image/JPEG. And yep, so that has been set. So now let's save the object. That's the object request. Put object request equals to new. Put object request. Let's pass it our bucket name, our S3 file name, the input stream, which is the actual image, and our metadata, which is the image extension. So yep, so that is that. And so let's say S3 client dot put object, and let's call this put object request. So this is going to save the object to our bucket. So what we are going to do next is we are going to return the URL that was saved. So to get the URL is https:// our bucket name loss.s3.amazon aws.com slash then the file name, which is S3. Where's that? S3 file name. S3 file name. So yep. So this is going to be our URL for accessing the image. So when we save an image to S3, we're going to get the URL and we're going to save it to our database so we can use that URL to render the image on our front end. So this looks a bit okay. So during testing, if we encounter any kind of error, we are going to always come back and readjust, as we are already preparing the stack. So yeah, so let's move forward. Now let's write a UT service for generating a confirmation code and also for mapping our entity to our DTO. So over here in the UT class, I'm just going to come over here. I'm just going to call this utils. It's a class, and I'm just going to first write implementation for generating a confirmation code. It's just to generate random number, probably 10 digits alphanumeric. So let's just say private, static, final, then let's just say alphanumeric string. So this is going to the data type is going to be a string. So this is going to be the we are going to be picking random data from this alphanumeric string. So let's just make it A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, QRSTUVW XYZ, and let's just do 0 to 9. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so we're going to be picking random numbers from this alphanumeric string. So yep, so let me just also, let's continue. So let's say private static again, final secure random from java.security. Then let's just, what's going on here? So let's say secure random equal to new secure random. So let's just say public static string. Let's just call this generate random confirmation code. So this is going to pass in the length of the number one to generate. So it can be like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 100. So yeah, so whatever length we want the confirmation code to be, we're going to decide when writing the implementation. So first, let me just bring my string builder up and new string builder. I'm just create a for loop, which is going to start by saying it I equal to 0. Then when I is smaller than the length, which is this, then just click increment I, and I'm just going to int random index. Let's reuse a defined word so we can easily read. Equals to, let's say secure random dot next int is going to be our alphanumeric string. So we're just going to be getting random indexes from here. Dot length and character, random character again, equal to alphanumeric string dot character at random index. So string builder dot append random character. So we're just picking random, we're looping, picking random. What we're just basically doing is the length of this is going to iterate, run this like based on the length. So we're just picking the random index and picking the random character, and we're just setting it to a string, and we are going to return it at the end. So return string builder. So it's just a very straightforward what? So it's a very straightforward kind of thing. So let's just take it to string, make it in a string format. So yep, so that has been settled. So let's also use the same class. Let's make it a little bit fast. So let's also use this same class to write our mapping. So why exactly do we need the mapping? So most times when we save, we have our, if I go over here, over my entity, we can see we have our bookings, we have our user, we have our room. And most times when we save this value into our database and we are getting this value, sometimes we may not want to get all the feeds. Sometimes when we are getting a user, we don't want the password of the user to be fetched along. Just only want to return maybe the email, the name, phone number, the row. We may not want to return the booking of the user. We may want to return. So for us to be able to have those different logic in place, we need to have a custom mapping service for extracting the data we need into the booking detail and then returning the data to the user. So that's the essence of mapping. So yeah, so let's just start by mapping a user to user detail. So let's just make it a static string, and it's going to return a user DTO. And we're just going to call this map user entity to user DTO, and it's going to take in a user. Let's call that user, and here I'm just going to say user DTO, user DT equals to new user DTO. I'm just going to say user DTO dot set ID is going to be user dot get ID. User DTO dot set name is going to be user dot get name. User DTO dot set email is going to be user dot get email. User DTO dot set phone number is going to be user dot get phone number, and user DTO dot set role is going to be user dot get role. So we can see we are not mapping the password along. So let's just return the user DTO. So this, we're getting the ID, just move this down, the ID, the name, email, phone number, and the role of the user. So in the same way, let's also have the method to map room entity to room DTO. So let's just call this public static room DTO map room entity to room DTO. So as usual, we are going to pass in is going to take in a room, call that a room, and let me just move this down a little so we can see clearly. So here I'm just going to room DTO equals to new room DTO. Just going to say room DTO, just set the values, just do that quietly. Get room price. What's going on here? No. Set photo URL room. Get photo URL. Room DTO.set room description. Room.get room description. Yeah. So this seems to look good. Let's return the room DTO. So let's also do the same thing for a booking. For booking as well, say public static booking DTO. Let's call it map booking entity to booking DTO. Taking a booking, call that booking, and we are just saying the same thing, booking DTO equal to new booking DTO. We'll say booking DTO dot set ID booking dot get ID. What is that always telling me that? Set check-in dates booking dot get check-in dates. Check out dates. Booking dot get check out dates. Okay, entity dot set number of adults, just the number of children, booking dot get number of children. Okay, entity dot set number of adults, booking dot get number of adults. Let's add the guest to it. Booking DTO dot set guest. total number of guests, booking dot get total number of guests, then booking detail dot set confirmation code, booking dot get confirmation code. Then let's return our booking detail. So everything looks good. We are getting the ID, check-in date, check-out date, the number of children, number of adults, total number of guests, then the confirmation code. So that's fine. So next we want to write a method to map user entity to a user, to map a room entity to a room detail plus the bookings associated with the room. So if I go to my room now, we can see that a room have a bookings, and the first mapping we did for a room, we didn't add the bookings to it. So this is only going to return the room data without the bookings. So let's have the same mapping that is going to return a room and the bookings, because sometimes you may want to get the room and the bookings associated with it. So let's just do that static. It will be room DTO. I'll just say map room entity to room DTO plus bookings. So this is going to take in a room. So I already have bookings for room. Here I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here, and then I'm not going to return this yet. I'm going to like add the bookings for a room. So I'm just going to say if the room dot get bookings, move this up. If it is not null, if there's actually a booking associated with it, then let's also map the booking. So it's going to be room detail dot set bookings. Is going to be room dot get bookings. Let's stream it dot, let's map each item, and we're just going to use map booking entity to booking DTO. Let's collect, and boom. So we are done. So what we're doing here is we have a list of bookings. So for each booking, we are getting each item, and we are just mapping that booking to booking DTO, and we are saving it as a room DTO. So because room DTO is a room DTO have a list of booking DTO. So that has been settled, and we are returning that. So similar, let's also write a similar method to map a to map a booking entity to a booking DTO plus the book to room. So let's also do that quickly. So I'm just going to come over here, public static is going to be booking DTO, and let's say map booking entity to booking DTO plus, let's add the booked room as well, the booked rooms, and also we can also add the user who booked the room as well. So here is going to take in a booking, and let's call it a booking, and let us just also say, should we book a user as well? Should we map a user as well? So let's make it a boolean. If you want to map a user, I don't want to create another method to map user into the booked room. So let's just use this to one stone to kill two birds. So yep, so we're just going to start with the regular booking. So which I'm just going to come over here. This is the regular booking. Just get that. Paste it here. So before we turn it, let's say, let's first of all just say if the map user is true. If map user, if it is true, if we are to map a user along, so let's just map that user along. Let's just say booking detail.set user. Set user is here. Yeah, set user is here. Then let's say utils dot map user entity to user DTO. Then let me not destructure this. Let's just use a straightforward method. Then let me just say the bookings dot get user. Yep, so this is straightforward. So again, let's just continue and say if bookings dot get rooms, if it's not null, let's add the room booking. So I'm just going to copy the room detail and just add the room bookings. So this is going to be bookings dot get room, bookings dot get room. Just copy that. Let's get. Yep, so this looks okay. Then finally, let's just say booking detail dot set room DTO. Okay, so then we are returning the booking detail over here. So let's also proceed and create a method to map user entity to user detail plus a user booking and a room. So this kind of like a little bit confusing, but we are going to see how they are used. So this is going to be public. So this is what we're going to be using to get a user history, where you have to get the user, the bookings of the user, and the room that the user booked. So yeah, so let's say static is going to return a user DTO. I'll just call it map user entity to user DTO plus user booking and the room that we have booked. So this is going to take a user, and let's get to work. First of all, we are just going to map the user normally by using this. No, that's for room. This for user. So that has been settled. So next we are going to say if below this, we're just going to say if not user dot get bookings dot get bookings. If this is not empty, if the user bookings is not empty, then let's also map the bookings of the user. That's the way to get the user booking history. So let's say set bookings is going to be user dot get bookings dot stream dot map as usual. Then we are going to booking. So we have to use another method to do that, which is map booking entity to booking detail plus booked room. So here I just want to pass in the booking, and should I also book in a user first? Let's not add the user to the bookings. Why? Because so what's going on here? Because we already have a user bookings here, so we don't want to add it. So let me just check this. list of booking DTO provided through, okay, sorry, dot collection dot to lists, dot collect dot to list. So yep, so this is fine. And yep, so this looks good. So we are returning the user details. So this is going to get the user details or the bookings of the user, and we're also getting to map all the rooms as well, as this map both the booking and the room. So this is going to be used to get the user booking history. So yep. So finally, we are going to have some methods to map list of user, list of room, and list of booking, as we are going to be getting such information. So let's just call this public static list of user DTO. Let's call this map user list entity to user list DTO. This is going to take in a list of user, and let's call this user lists. User list. So yep, so this is going to be very straightforward. Let's return user list dot string dot map. Then we're going to be using utils map user entity to user DTO. Then dot collectors to list. Yep, so this is very straightforward. So let's also use the same thing to for room DTO. That's going to be map room list entity to room list DTO. This is going to take in a room. So this is going to be called this a room list. This is going to be room list dot string dot map. This is going to be map room list entity. No, that's going to be map room entity to room DTO. Yep, so this is fine. So let's also do this for booking, to map a booking list. So this is going to be a booking list of booking DTO. That's going to be booking list entity to booking list DTO, and this is going to take in a booking and going to be booking list. So this is going to be booking list dot stream dot map dot map booking entity to booking DTO. Yep, so let me just build it to check if it's going to build. And let me run, just check if it's going to run. So if I have any code error, we are going to resolve quickly. So I think it was okay. What's going on? Could not resolve arrow entity arrow. Okay, let's go to our where is that? Room repository get available room repository get available room. Okay, get select arrow from, I think we have a problem over here. This should be select arrow from room arrow. So yep, where arrow.id. Okay, so let's run again. I think we've made correction to this, and let's see. Okay, I think we still have another error. Find booking, no property, find booking confirmation code. Found for type booking. Okay. Booking repository. Okay, so this should be found by booking confirmation code, because yeah, JPA did not understand what I meant. So he was not able to like create a query for this. So it's supposed to be found by booking confirmation code. So let's run again. So to see if that was fixed. Yep, so I think that those errors have been fixed and we currently do not have code error. So let's continue. Okay, so let me stop this and let's write our user service class implementation for registering a user, logging in, for deleting a user, just normal user CRUD operation. So I'm going to my service interface. I'm going to create an interface called user service. Is going to be an interface. And here I'm going to have my method. So I'm going to have one for register. Going to take in a user. I'm going to have again for login. Is going to take in a login request. Then we're going to have to get all users. We are going to have to get a user booking history. We are going to have to get a user by ID. We are going to also have to get, let's have to get a user info. Get, let's just call it get my info. To get a user information, and let's also have to delete a user. So yep, so this seems to look good. So for getting, for registering to get users bookings, we're going to pass in a user ID. So at the same time, to get a user by ID, we pass in a user ID. To delete a user, the ID, and to get user info, we're going to be getting the email. So yep. So now let's implement this in our user service. The implementation, I'm going to create a service called user service, and I'm going to annotate this with at service, and I'm going to is going to implement my user service interface now and that. So yep, I'm going to implement all my methods. So one by one, I'm going to write my implementation. So before then, let me first auto-wire my dependency. So we are going to be needing our user repository. We are going to be needing our password encoder. We are going to be needing our JWT util. And we'll need our authentication manager. Application manager. Application manager. Yep. So this looks a little bit promising. So let's kick it up by writing our registration logic. So here I'm just going to have my response. We're going to be using this response to return every response. So here I'm just going to create this into a try and catch block. And we're going to be catching exception, and we can also catch every other kind of exception. So let me just call this our exception. If we have other kind of exception that we want to catch, we can put it there. So yep, so in my try block, I'm just going to first of all to register a user, we want to check if the role is there. So I'm just going to say if user dot get role, if it's null, or user dot get role is blank. If the value is not passed in there, we want to set the role to be a user. The value should be user. We want a situation whereby users are please set role. Want a situation whereby whoever is logging is registering from the front end is going to be a user, whereby we at here we can decide to register an admin on our own. We don't want to have people selecting an admin. If you're registering with our app, you should be a user. So if we are not going to provide a feed for you to set in the value, we are just going to set it for you. So that's what that is doing. So next, I'm going to check if user repository, if the email already exists, we don't want duplicate email. Get email. If email already exists, let's throw our exception. This just say your email already exists. Yes, say user.get email plus, let's just give it a space, plus already exists. So if everything is fine, let's move forward and just hash the password user dot set password equals to password encoder dot encode user dot get password. So let's encode the password. Then we're just going to say user, our saved user, is equal to user repository dot save. Let's save it, the user object, and then let's map return the saved user. So remember, we are always only going to be returning a DTO. So we are going to we're going to be mapping the entity to a DTO. I'm going to say utils.map user entity to user DTO, pass in the save user. And we're just going to say response.set status code to be 200. That means it's successful. Response.set user to be user DTO. And yep, so if there's any problem, we are just going to say response.set status codes. For our exception is currently taking a 404 already exists. Should I say, let's say 400 bad requests. So it's already taken because you are trying to register yourself twice. So that's a bad request. So let's set the request type to 404 and then we'll say response.set message. And let's just get the message, which is email already exists. So for this other one here, let's just, this is going to be whatever error comes up, we don't know what is it, so let's just return a 500. Let's see, error saving the user. Yeah, so this is cool. So now for our login, we are also going to do a similar thing. So let's just get into it. So we can just copy this and re-edit. So let me copy it. Just set logging in. So just say error logging in. So here we are going to just get rid of all of these. We don't need that. So we're just going to say I don't think we need these two. We are going to say authentication manager first to authenticate, then new username password authentication token. passing my login request dot get email. Email is my username. Then I'm also going to set in my password. Log in request dot get password. So this is going to handle that. And after that, I'm going to just let's say user equal to user repository dot find by email, and I'm just going to login request dot get email dot or else through let's throw our exception and say user not found. User not found is going to be a new exception. Yep, so if everything looks fine, then we are just going to get our token. Let's see, token equal to JWT util dot generate token. We're just going to pass in a user. It's going to generate a token for us. And I think some of you might be wondering why am I using var. Yeah, var is is cool. So what var does is whatever object that is being returned here is going to be set in as a data type. So this is going to be user, this is going to be a string. So yeah. So I think that has been done. And let me set my response dot set status could already be set. So let me set my token is going to be my token. Response dot set expiration time, that's going to be 7 days. Let's just pass it literally 7 days. The response dot set role is going to be a user dot get role. Then response dot set message is going to be successful. Yep. Did I set message here? No, I did not set message here. So let me set message here. Message is always for a 200. We're going to set in a successful. So let's come over here, say response or set message. Yep, so this looks fine. And push this down. Okay, yep, so we're returning the message here, error log in. So next, let's write our implementation to get all users. So that's going to be like very straightforward. So let me just copy this one and yep, we are going to just get rid of this, and we may not really need this. For this, we're just going to say list of user list equal to user repository dot get all, that's all, dot find all, and we are good to go. So we're just going to map this to our user detail. User detail, you're going to user detail list equal to utils dot map user list entity. Is it user list? No. Map user list. Yeah, map user list entity, user list, yeah, entity to user list detail. Let's just say user map in the user list. And here we're just going to say response dot set user list is going to be our user list DTO. Yes, so that is fine. If we have any kind of error we don't know about, let's catch it here and we return the response. So to get user booking history, we are going to also write that. So I'm going to copy this again. I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to get rid of this and this. So yep. To get started, I'm just going to first of all get the user from the database, which is going to be the user repository dot find by ID, find by ID. We're just going to pass a user ID. Let's convert it to a long dot value of user ID. If there's a problem, we're just going to collect it, and it's going to be our custom exception. Let's just say user not found, and then user DTO. Let's get the user DTO, and we're just going to say utils dot map user entity. So user DTO plus bookings and room. So this now is going to add the user booking and room together. So let me just copy that to see what it is. So map user entity to user DTO plus user bookings and room. Okay, yeah, so this was what we were talking about earlier. So that has been fine, and we can just say response.set user, which is this. Okay, let me just write it. Response.set user is going to be user DTO. So yep, that's done. So next we are going to delete a user. So to do that, I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to paste it here, and this should be error getting all users. So let's just try to make the error definite. Error logging in, getting all users, error getting user booking, and this is going to be error deleting a user if peradventure there's an error. So for to delete a user, first of all, we're just going to find the user by ID. From the repository, we're going to find the user by ID. If it's not found, we'll say user not found. So if it's found, we just delete a user. Just say user repository dot delete by ID. Let's pass in the ID. Long dot value of user ID. So yep, so if it's successful, we just return successful and a 200. So if there's error, our exception should be 404, not 400, because this is a not found exception. For this is a not found, it should be 404. So let me just make sure my exception are properly not found. This is a 404. 404. I'm putting my code break. Okay, so yep, so this looks fine. So we are going to get, next we are going to get a user by ID. So I'm going to copy this to delete a user. I'm going to paste it here. And here I'm just going to save it, say the user equal to user.find by ID. Then if we're able to get the user, then let's just map it here and say user DTO equals to utils dot map user entity to user DTO. map user entity to user detail and the user. So here we are just getting the user by ID. We are not getting the bookings of the user or the rooms the user has booked. So we just see response.set user to be user detail. So that's kind of very straightforward. If there's error, it's going to catch it a 404 and getting a user by ID. So that's fine. So lastly, we are going to get a user information. So we're going to be passing in the email from by getting the context of the by getting this application context of the user. We're going to be passing in, most likely doing that at the controller level. So we're going to see how that is done. So for now, let's just write the implementation. Let's assume the email was being passed in already. So here we are just going to, this is going to be find by email, going to pass in the email or S3 user not found, and yep, map user entity to user DTO. When you get the email, then set your response and yep, error getting a user by info. Error getting a user info. So I will know which function the error is coming from. So yep, so this is okay. So let me just run and build to check if I'm going to encounter any code error. Okay, failed authentication manager that could not be found. Okay, have a problem with authentication manager. So let me quickly look at that. Let's check our security config. I think we did not add our authentication manager in our security config. So let's just do that quickly. So here I'm just going to create a bin of authentication manager. We can actually do it anywhere. So I'm just going to say authentication manager. This is going to be authentication configurer, authentication configurer, and this is going to return authentication configurer dot get authentication manager. So what's this telling us? Add method signature. So I've thrown an exception. So just run again. And let me go back to my user service implementation. Yeah, and everything is working fine now. So we are going to move next by writing our room service. Okay, now let's proceed to create our room service implementation. So here I'm going to create an interface. I'm just going to call this room service and interface, and here I'm going to create my methods. This is going to be to add a new room, and this is going to take in a multi-part file which we're going to call photo, and it's also going to take in a room type. It's going to take in a room price. It's going to take in a description. So Subsequently, we are also going to create a method to get a list of all rooms. So let's just call this a list of string. Is going to get all room types. So also we are going to create a method to get all rooms. Again, we are going to create a method to delete a room. ID, and we're going to create a method to update the room. And we're going to pass in the room ID, then the description, then we're going to pass in a room type, then we are going to pass in a room price, then we're going to pass in a room photo, then we are going to have another method to get a room by ID. As usual, we take in the room ID, then we'll create a method to get available room by date and type. It's going to take in a check-in date. It's going to take in a check-out date. It's going to take in a room type. At the same time, we're going to create a method to get all available room. Okay, so let's create our implementation part of this. So I'm just going to call this room service, this add service, and this implements iRoom service. And just implement members, and we'll just start off by auto-wiring our dependencies. We're going to bring room repository. We're going to bring booking. Booking repository. We're going to bring in our AWS service to save an image to S3. And yep, so to add a room, we are going to, what we did before, we are just going to a room service and just get one try and catch error stuff. Then we get that and just put that here. So here, and first of all, just going to get rid of all this. I'm not going to need that. I'm going to need this as well. So first of all, I'm just going to save the image to S3, save image and the photo, and just get a room object. I'm using it to build a room object. Call it room equals to new room. Now just say room dot set photo URL. It's going to be our image URL. room.set. Room type is going to be our room type. Room.set. Room price is going to be our room price. Room.set. Room description is going to be our description. And then we're just going to save the room. Got the saved room equal to room repository dot save the room object, and we're just going to map the room to a DTO. Room DT equals to this dot map room entity to room DTO, the saved room, and we are just going to response dot set room to be room DTO. So this sounds pretty good, and yep, and it sounds good. So let's move forward to get all rooms to get. So this is just going to be room repository dot find distinct rooms. We're just going to get a list of all rooms for us. So let's move forward to get all rooms. So as usual, just going to, let me just get this. This should be error. No. Service. What's going on here? It should be error. Saving a room. A room service. So to get all rooms, I'm just going to paste this here. We're just going to get rid of all of this. And this. So here is just going to be, don't think we might need this. Over here, we are not catching any kind of, we're not catching our exception here, so we did not need this. Yep, so here we are just going to say lists of rooms. List of room, let me just factor that. Is going to be room list equal to room repository dot find all. And we just want to get the last room first, so we just want to sort by ID descending. Sort dot direction dot descending by ID. So let's just map this room DTO room lists room DTO list. Just leave it that way. Details dot map room list entity to room list DTO room list. So we're just going to say response dot set room list to be room list DTO. And here we're just error getting all rooms. Yep, so we're returning the error here, the response here. So let's write method to delete a room. So let me just copy this and just paste here. Error, let's just see. Deleting a room. So first of all, we are going to get a room by the ID first, which is this. So this is going to be room repository dot find find by ID. Find by ID is the room ID dot or else true. If it's not there, let's say Room is not found. Room not found. So we are going to catch our exception somewhere here. Just put it there. Our exception. This is going to be 404. We're just going to collect the message, which is this. So if we're able to find it, we just want to delete it, which is going to be room repository does delete. That should be delete by ID. Let's use delete by ID. Pass it the room ID. That has been deleted. If that works, we set status to be successful and status code to 100. So next, let's write implementation to update a room. So in the same way, I'm just going to copy this so I can get a response. Objects and error. Let's just say updating a room. And for here, I'm going to be needing this. Here, I'm just going to say string image URL equals to set it to none first. Then if there is a photo, if photo is not equals to null, if a user, for updates, you can decide to pass in feeds. You can pass in a description, room type, room price is optional. So if there's a photo that is being passed in and not, let's just again add the strict check dot is empty. If the photo is not actually empty, there's a real value there. Then let's immediately equals to AWS S3 dot save to. So let's save that image to our S3 and get the image URL here. So I'm just going to now say room, which is up. Let's call this updated room equals to room repository dot save, which is the room. Before that, I don't think we should save it yet. So let's just get the room by ID first. Let's say room dot find by ID. Let's get the room by ID, which is the room ID. Or else, if it's not there, we know what to do. We just say room not found. Okay, so if we're able to get the room now, let's set in the values that are actually present here. So now we have a room. We can decide if these values are present, let's update it. If they are not present, we just leave the existing data. So here we're just going to say if, let's just start with room type. If room type is not equals to null, then let's just call this room. Then the room dot set room type will be our room type. But if it's null, then the old one will remain. Let's just call this, no, I wanted to call it old room. Let's leave it as this. Then if room price, where's room price? Okay, if room price, the same thing is not equals to null, I'm just going to say room dot set room price is going to be room price. At the same time, let's just do the same for description and image URL. Let's just say description image URL. So room dot set room description set image photo URL. That's going to be image URL. So everything is a little bit cool. So now let's update the room now. Let's call it updated room equals to room repository dot save the room. And now let's just map the room detail and return equal to utils dot map room entity to room DTU, and let's just get the updated room. I'm just going to say response dot set room, which is going to be room DTO. So that looks okay. So next, let's implement the get by ID. So as usual, I'm just going to copy this. Just going to run it over here, and here I'm just going to say room equals to, I'm going to find by ID, and if it's there, I'm just going to map it. So here I'm just going to say room DTO equals to utils dot map room entity to room DTO. Let's add the bookings to it plus bookings. Then room, and then let's just say response.set room, let's say room DTO. So this is done, and let's get available room by date. Yes, do that. So here we are going to just say, got this list of room. Let me get rid of these two. So for here, let's just say error getting a room by ID. So for here, I'm just going to say list of room is going to be, let's just available rooms equals to room repository dot find available rooms. We're going to pass in our check-in dates, check-out dates, and the room type. So yeah, so I'm just going to map it. List of room DTO, room list DTO equals to utils dot map room list entity to room list DTO and our available rooms. So let's just set response dot set room list to be room list DTO. So here error getting, what was that? Getting available rooms. So that's fine. So lastly, I'm just going to get all available rooms. So yep, you know how it is. Let me just do that again. Then error, let's just say getting available rooms. So for here, we are not really catching this exception. So let me just get rid of that. Yep. For here, are we catching? Yeah, we are catching our exception. So, yep. So let's just get our available rooms. So get rid of this. We're just going to like do the same thing we did above before. Room, let's just call it room list equal to room repository dot get available rooms, and we just map it and return it. Room DTO room equals to utils dot map room entity list to room DTO list, and we just put in the room list. Out now. Then room list, then this should close over here. Then we just say response dot set room list to the room this detail, and we catching any 404 here? No, we are not catching our exception here. So let's get rid of that. And yeah, so everything looks good. Let me just run to see if it will run. Yep, it seems to have run. Okay, let's minimize that. Okay, we are going to continue by writing our booking service. So over here, I'm going to come here. I'm just call this booking service and some interface. And here I'm going to have my methods. So first, I'm just going to have a method to save a booking. And this is going to take in a room ID. Then it's going to take in a user ID. Then it's going to take in the booking object, which is, let's call it booking request. Then also I'm going to have a method to find a booking confirmation code. So I'm just going to call this find booking by confirmation code. So this is going to take in a confirmation code. Confirmation code. So next I'm going to get a method to get all bookings. And I'm going to have another method to cancel a booking. So this seems to be set. So what we are going to do next is we'll go to write our booking service implementation. So let me go to my implementation and have it over here. So I'm going to annotate this with at service, and I'm going to implement my booking service. I'm going to implement all my methods. So before we move fully into it, I'm going to first of all get in my dependency, as I will be using, as we'll be needing the booking repository. So let me auto wire that here and call it booking repository. I will also need booking service. So let's call it booking service, or no, that should be room service. Room service, and we might also need a room repository as well. So let's do that and call it room repository. And we are also going to need the user repository, as we'll be checking the user by ID, because user is going to be making a booking. So let's do that. So that has been done. So next I'm going to write a method to save a booking. So let me just get a generic template first. So what is this showing me? Class. Okay, yeah, get rid of that. So to save a booking, so let me first of all just get this template here. So I'm just going to come over here, paste a template. I'll get rid of this. And here will be error saving a booking. So in the try log, I'm just going to check and see a if the booking request is probably a valid one. So here let's just say if booking request dot get check out date dot is before booking request dot get check in date. So we're just trying to see if the user probably make the check out date before the check in date. So that's going to be an invalid kind of booking. So let's just throw new illegal argument exception. So should we use that or should we use, yeah, let's just use that. Let's just say check in date must come before check out date. So yep, that looks good. And next I'm going to find a room by the ID because we are going to be booking a room. So this just going to call this room equals to room repository dot find by, what is that, find by ID, and I'm just going to pass in the room ID. I'm just going to catch any error that may arise, and I'm just going to use our exception handler to catch that exception. We're just going to say room not found. Let me make this a new, and subsequently let's correct this, and subsequently we are going to also get a user because a user is going to be booking a room. So let's also get a user. Let's find a user by the user ID. So we're just going to say user repository dot find by ID, and we're going to pass in the user ID, and we're going to catch any exception. So let me just copy this and put it here, and we'll just say user not found. So if everything looks fine, then let's also, let's not save yet. So let's add some logical findings. So let's check if the room we want to book, if the start, check in date and check out date are available for that room. Okay, so first to do that, I'm just going to say bookings, list of bookings. I'm just going to call this existing booking. I'm just going to say the room dot get available bookings. So let's say get bookings. So this is the room in which you want to book. So let's get all the existing bookings for that room, all the bookings that have been booked down for that room. So now I'm going to write a method to check if a booking is available within that date range. So if we can actually book that room within that date range. So to do that, I'm just going to have a conditional statement here, and I'll say if, I'll just have a method to say if room is available. So this is going to be a method, and I will say if room is not available. So this is going to be an indication, and this is going to pass in a booking request and existing bookings. So if room is not available, I'm just going to throw a new exception. This is going to be 404, and I'm going to say room not available for the selected date range. So I'm going to just come down below and create this implementation for that method. So that's going to be a private boolean room not available, and it's going to take booking a booking request, and a list of bookings, which is the existing booking. We'll call this existing bookings. So now I'm going to have my implementation. So I already pre-wrote it down, which is this. So you can pause it and just go over what I wrote down. So what I'm basically doing is I'm taking in my existing booking, which we saw is be passed down, and I'm checking it if I'm comparing it against the check-in date and check-out date of our booking request if they match. So if my check-in date and check-out date of the request is within the existing booking, that means this booking is not available. Or if it is not, then it's going to return true that a room is available. So that's exactly what I did here. So we are going to continue our implementation. So now that our room is available, so we are going to say our booking request dot set room to be the room, and our booking request dot set user to be our user, and we're just going to get our booking confirmation code. So I'm just going to call this booking confirmation code, which we are going to use our JWT service to get that. Get to generate a random code, random booking. I just want the length to be 10. So this is going to generate a booking confirmation code for us based on the logic we wrote down earlier. So that's going to do that. I'm just going to say booking request dot set booking confirmation code, which is going to be our booking confirmation code, and I'm going to say booking repository dot save. I'm going to save that booking. So which is that, and I'm going to build my response and set my status code to be 200, and I'm going to set my response message to be successful, and I'm going to set my booking confirmation code so the user can get the booking and probably store it somewhere. So this is going to be booking confirmation code. So everything appears fine. So let's just catch our custom exception, which we are throwing. So I'm just going to like copy this, paste it here. I'm just going to call this our exception. And this is going to be a 404 not found. And we are going to just extract the message and return it in the message section. So this looks good. So next, let's write an implementation to find booking by confirmation code. So we'll do that quickly. Let me just come here and copy a dummy implementation. So copy that. I'm going to put it here, and this is going to be error getting booking by confirmation code. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of these two, and here I'm going to just say, just first of all, since collect my booking, I'm going to say booking repository dot find by confirmation. I'm just going to pass my confirmation code, and I'm just going to map this to a booking DTO, and this is going to be use our mapper here dot mark booking entity to booking DTO. Let's add our rooms to it as well, plus booked room. So here let's just say our booking And let's just, should we map user? Let's also map user as well. So this was this find by booking confirmation code. So what's going on here? Okay, let's just add .os true here. .os, what is this? True exception, and say booking not found. Okay, so let's make this new. And yep, so to get a booking, first of all, find by the confirmation code, then collect the bookings. I want to also, when we get a booking, we want to get the list of the book rooms and the user who made a booking. So that's what we are doing here. So now I'm just going to set bookings here to our booking DTO. And that looks fine. I'm going to get my custom, our custom exception, and we are going to call this a 404, and we are going to return the message. So it looks promising, and next we are going to get all bookings. So to do that, I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here, and error getting, let's just say all bookings. So for here, I'm going to just get rid of this. So we want to have a list of booking, and let's just call this booking list, and this is going to be booking repository dot find all. We're going to find all bookings. So here we want to sort by a direction descending, sort by direction dot descending. I want to sort that by the ID. So we want to return like the latest booking first. So that's what we are doing here. So next I'm going to map this to a booking DTO. So let's just call this booking DTO list equals to utils dot map booking list entity to booking list DTO, and we're going to pass our booking list. And here I'm just going to return, I'm just going to say set bookings. This set booking list, yeah, that should be set booking list. So everything looks good here. So I'm going to write a method to cancel a booking. That will be our last implementation before we move to our controller. So in the same way, I'm going to just do this. I'm just going to call this error canceling a booking. And here for this, do we have a for offer? We don't have this here, so I might just get rid of this. We are not catching our exception here, so I might just get rid of this here. So over here, to cancel a booking, this should be, to cancel a booking, we should have the ID to know the booking to cancel. So I think we made that mistake. So here should have a long booking ID. So that should be here, long booking ID. So over here, I'm just going to first of all find a booking, just a booking repository to find by ID, which is our booking ID .os through, let's just, you know how what to do here. Let's get our exception, and that's going to be booking not found. That should be a string. I'm using a character. So let's move this quickly here. And yep, so if everything looks fine, then let's delete a booking by ID, and that's going to be our booking ID. So if everything's fine, then let's just say successful 200, and we just get this. So everything seems to look fine for now. So let me just run to check if it's going to run. Okay, it seems to have successfully run. We're not testing yet, so let's proceed to write our controllers. All right, we are going to write our controller. So first, I'm going to have my Auth Controller, which we are going to be using to register and log in. So I'm just going to create this. I'm going to annotate this with address controller. I'm going to annotate this as request mapping. And here I'm going to say it should be auth. So if you can recall our security config, we say here that if I scroll up, we say that if you go to slash auth slash rooms and slash booking, it should permit all. So that means if the user go to slash auth and the endpoint that I'm going to write here is going to be permitted to access this endpoint without needing to get authenticated. So that being said, let's get our dependency. We are going to be using our user service, which is user service. We are going to call this post mapping, and the path should be register. I'm just going to have my method, which is response entity of response, and this is going to call this register, and we are going to pass in our request param, our request body, which is going to be a user. So this to register a user, and just a user object. So let me import this. User is the entity here. So here I'm just going to get my response, which is going to be user service dot register. I'm going to pass in the user here, and I'm going to return the response entity. The status, I'm going to get the status from the response dot get status code, and I'm going to add a body, which is going to be our response, and that is that. So same way, I'm going to have my endpoint for to log in. For this login, here login. So this is going to be login, and for login, I'm going to be needing my login requests. Login, login requests. This is going to be called login. So for descriptive sake, and yep. So this is fine. So let's quickly write order of our controller before we test our application out. So yep. So before then, let me go to my booking service and quickly just make this private. Doesn't really matter, but let's do that. So after that, I'm going to write my user's controller. So here, let's do that quickly. Let's call this user controller, and it's a class, and I'm going to annotate this with request controller, and this is going to be rest request mapping, and this is going to be slash users. So if you go to this user, before you can access this user controller, you need to be authenticated. because in my security setting, I'm saying that any other request that is not an auth, a room, or a booking should be authenticated. So that means you have to be authenticated before you access this. So before then, let me just rename this. Let's just call this Auth Controller to be descriptive rather than auth. Yep. So let's continue our user controller. First, let's bring in our user service, which is user service. And after that, I'm going to first of all write a method to get all users. So this is going to be a get mapping. Then you have to go slash all, and then I'm just going to say public response entity of response. This we're going to call this get all users, and we're just going to have our response of response, which is going to be user service dot get all users. So this is going to return all users. I'm just going to return response entity dot status, which is going to be our status code, then dot body, which is going to be our response. So yep, this should be fine. It should be of response. So again, for this, we don't want everybody to be, we don't want users to be able to get other users as well. So we want for someone to be able to access this endpoint, we only want admin to be able to access this endpoint. So to do that, I'm going to use at pre-authorize. Here I'm going to say anyone that has authority of admin should only be able to access this endpoint. So that's what this does. Has authority admin, you can access this point. If you're a user, you are not pre-authorized to access this endpoint. So that's been done. So let me write for other of my endpoints. So let's have this to get a user by ID. And here I'm just going to get rid of this. Any authenticated person should be able to access this endpoint. So this is going to be get by ID, and I'm going to pass in the user ID. So here I'm going to collect the path variable, and that's the user ID, which we have here, user ID, and here it's a string. I'm going to call it a user ID. So this is going to be get by user ID. I'm going to pass in the user ID. I'm going to collect my response. I'm going to return it. So next we are going to have a method to delete a user. So I'm going to copy this. Let me copy this. And this is going to be delete slash the user ID. So only one admin should to be able to delete a user. So let's call this delete user. And here I'm going to pass in my path variable, which is the user ID here, which is this. And here I'm just going to be delete user. I'm going to pass in the user ID, and I'm going to get my response. So I'm going to also write to get login profile detail. So let's just copy this and paste it here and call this get logged in user profile. And This is not going to take in anything. We just want to get in the current logged in user. So this part is going to be get logged, let's say in profile info. So this is going to get in the profile info of the current logged in user. So that's why I called it get logged in profile info. So it should be kind of descriptive. So for here, I'm going to first of all get the authenticated user, which is going to be authentication is going, let's call it authentication equal to security context holder dot get context dot get authentication. So this is going to return an authentication for us. So from this authentication, we can extract the username of that user. So here, since we all know that the email is what is acting as a username, so let's just call the variable email, and then we are going to say authentication dot get name. Is should that be get name dot, let's say get details dot, I think it's dot get name. So dot get name, we're actually going to test it out, and if something goes wrong, we're going to come back and readjust. So this is going to be user service dot get my info. I'm going to pass in our email here, and we are going to collect the response and return. So lastly, I'm going to have a method that is going to get a user bookings. So just copy this and paste it here and call this get user booking history. So this is going to get all the history of users of user and their booking. So this is going to be user, let's say bookings. This is going to pass in the user ID. So the part variable, the user ID is there, and here I'm just going to say get user bookings with the user ID. So yep, this looks a bit good. And whenever we test this out, then we know if all these features are working correctly. So next, let's get right our controller for our room. So I'm going to come over here and say room controller. I will know how it works. You have to put in your request controller and your REST controller and your request mapping. So just do that here and call this rooms. So in same way, I'm going to auto-wire my, let's call this private, my room service, for this room service. And probably we might need a booking service. Let's just check that out. Let's just bring it up for now in case we need it, but most likely we may not. So first, let me write my post request to add a room. So here is going to be post mapping, and the path is slash add, and here I'm just going to create a public, let's say response entity of response, and let's call this add new room. So this is going to take in a lot of data. Let's It's going to take in, let's use params. It's going to take in a photo. It's going to be a value photo and required. Let's make the required for so we can handle our exception ourselves. And multiple part file, it is a photo. So let's just copy this and paste in multiple places. So let's use this for other things, like for room type, this is going to be a string. Let's also use this for room price. Let's call this room price. This is a string. And let's also have our room description. A room price is a big decimal, not really a string, so let's just refactor that. So let's have our room description. This is going to be a room description and it's going to be a string. So, yep. So here I'm just going to have a conditional statement to make sure that all these fields are not empty. I'm just going to say is photo equal to null, or photo dot is empty, or room, let's just start with room type equals to null, or room type dot is empty, let's just use is blank, or room price dot or room price equals to null. If any of this is null, then let's just return a response, new response, and say response dot set status codes. Let's make a bad request 400, and let's say set message. Let's say please provide values for all fields, and let's just add the fields. We want values for our photo, we want for our room type, we want for our room price, and we want for, let's just leave room description so you can decide to add a description or not. So that is that. Then if everything looks fine, let's just build our new response equals to room service equals to room service dot add new room, and we are going to pass in the fields like the photo, the room type, the room price, and the room description. So now let's return the results. Response entity dot status is going to be response dot status codes. Then let's have the body, which is our response. Yep. So that is that. And yep, that looks good. So let's, okay, so for here, we only want an admin to be able to add a room. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this have authority here. We only want admin to be able to add a room. So if you're not admin, you should not be able to add a room because you don't actually know what room to add. So yeah, so let's move to get all rooms. It's going to be at get mapping and slash all and public response entity of response. This is going to call this get all rooms. And here I'm just saying response equal to room service dot get all rooms. And here I'm just saying response return response entity dot status, which is going to be our response dot get status, then the entire body. So this looks good. So this looks very promising. So we are going to moving forward to get all room types. So this is going to be a get request as well. Mapping this is going to be slash types, and I'm going to have a method which returns a list of string, a list of string, and let's call this get room types. So here I'm just going to return room service dot get all room types. So moving forward, we are going to get a room by ID. So let me just get this one with path variable. So let's just come here and call this get. Let's call this room by ID and pass in the room ID. So this is going to be room ID, room ID. Our room ID is a long, and here I'm just going to say room service dot get room by ID. I'm just going to pass in a room ID. So this is looks good. So we are going to get all available rooms. So let me just copy this, paste it this, call this get available rooms. So for here, let me just rename this properly by get room by ID. So to get available rooms, let's call this all or available rooms. So we don't need to pass in a param. So we don't need this. So we don't need this. This is going to be get available rooms. And this looks a little bit okay. So next we are going to write a method to get available rooms by date and type. So here you can actually set a room by date and type. So let's do that quickly and call this get rooms by date and type. So here I'm just going to call this available rooms by date and type. So here this is going to have, I'm going to be right, we're going to be passing in a check-in date, a check-out date, and a room type, and we're going to be using this information to search available room that are available within this date range. So here I'm just going to call this request param required equals to false. I'm just going to say at convert this to a datetime format. I just want to use an ISO of datetime format, datetime format dot ISO dot date, and I'm going to call this a check in date. So we're also going to do this again twice. I'm going to call this check out date, and for this is going, this is no longer going to be a date, this is going to be a string, and it's going to be room type. So this looks a little bit promising. So let me get rid of this. And yeah, so this is good. So over here, I'm going to say room service dot get available rooms by date and type. I'm going to pass in my check-in date, my check-out date, and my room type. So before I do this, I actually want a user to pass in all values. So I don't want you to pass in just one of these. So I'm going to write a conditional check to make sure that all values are fed. So I'm just going to say if check-in date is equals to null. We know how we did it before. Or check-out date is equals to null. Or room type dot is blank. Or room type dot equals to null. Then what was this telling me? Okay, I think is blank is okay. That can also check for null. Then we're just going to say response, create our response object equals to new response, and we know how it is. Then we're just going to say response dot set status code. Let's say 400 is a bad request. Then response dot set message. Let's say all fields are required. Then let's just pass in the field. Although in our front end, we are going to make sure that all these fields are fed in before you can submit a request. But let's also have the validation here at our disposal. So this looks good. If everything is passed, then just proceed and find a room and return the response for us. So this is good. Let's move forward. So let's have an implementation to update a room. So before then, let me go to let me check if I have any update method here. It's not here. Okay, yeah. So let's have an implementation to update a room here. This is going to be a put mapping, and it's going to be up, no, that's nice. Update slash the room ID. And here I'm just going to say public response entity of response, and let's just call that update room. And here I'm going to pass in the values to create a room. I'm just going to copy this and paste them here. So just going to do that here. So this is going to be our photo, our room type, our room price, our room description. So required is false, and these are the data types. So here we are just going to, within here, we are just going to have our response. So we're not going to authenticate any of these because the way we wrote our update methods, you can decide to pass in this value. You can decide not to pass in, so they are not mandatory. So let's just proceed and say room service dot update room. Let's pass in. Also, we need to pass in the room ID as well. So let's say our path variable long room ID. So, yep, which is this room ID is what we are collecting here. So here we are going to pass in the room ID, the room description, the room type, the room price, and the photo. So we are going to build our response. I was going to say response return response response entity, not response dot status, response dot get status, then dot body dot okay, which is our body. Then that looks good. So let me check my update method to check if what we are passing is in this format: ID, description, type, price, photo. ID, description, type, price, photo. Yeah, I think we are passing them in the right format. So that is done. So let's have our okay to update a room. Only want an admin to be able to update a room. So I'm just going to copy this authority and say admin should only be able to update a room. So let's have our delete mapping. So let me just go to user and check if we have any deletes here. Okay. Yep. So let's write that quickly. At delete mapping, when you go to slash delete slash the room ID, then I'm going to public response entity response, then call that delete room. This is going to we're going to have our path variable. Let me just get this path variable of room ID, which is long room ID, then response equal to room service dot delete room, then passing a room ID, then return response entity dot status, which is our response dot get status, and then dot body, which is our entire response. So our delete implementation is there. So we only want an admin to be able to delete. So let's just copy this and pre-authorize. So this looks a little bit okay. This other one looks a little bit okay as well. Simply with this, and this. So when we are testing and we come across any problem, we are going to fix that. So let's proceed to write our booking controllers. So come over here and I'm going to call this booking controller. And as usual, I'm going to have my request controller and my mapping. Let's call this bookings. So here we are going to be bringing our booking service, and we are going to first of all start by writing a method to book a room. So I'm just going to my room controller. I'm going to just copy this here. It's a little bit similar, and just paste it here. So I'm going to call this book room, and then I'm going to pass in the room ID, and at the same time I'm going to pass in a user ID. A user is going to be the one booking a room, and we're going to be booking a room. So to book a room, both an admin or a user should be able to book a room. So we are going to say, or we're going to do this again, or has authority a user. So we want an admin or a user to be able to access it, add, let's say add new, to be able to book a room. So let's just call this save bookings or book room. Okay, so yep, this is good, and I'm just going to change this value. This is going to be part, let's just get rid of this, and part variable long room ID. Then I'm going to have a user ID, which is this user ID, room ID, and then I'm going to have my request body, which is going to be my booking entity, which is going to be our booking requests. So here I'm going to, we're not going to be needing this validation. I'm just going to call this save. That's going to be a booking, non-booking request, a booking service dot, that's going to be save booking. So let's just call this save booking as well to be on the same page. And this is going to take in our room ID, our user ID, and our booking requests. So we are bundling the response and we are returning it. So let me just check what this is taking in. Room ID, user ID, booking requests. So that's fine. So we are going to write our endpoint to get all bookings. So to do that, I'm just going to look for get all here. I'm going to push this a little bit down. I'm just going to have over here and call this. This is going to be all, and let's call this get all bookings. So this is going to, admin should be able to get a booking, get all bookings. So let's just get this rid of this. So here is going to be booking service dot get all bookings. So that is very straightforward. We are going to get a booking by confirmation code. So let me just copy this, paste this here, call this get booking by confirmation code. So this is going to be slash get by confirmation code. And we're going to pass in the confirmation code. So here I'm going to have my path variable, which is a string of confirmation code. So I'm just going to be booking service dot get, I was going to here, dot find by confirmation code. I'm going to pass in my confirmation code, and this is going to collect my request. And so we want everybody to be able to access this, not just admin. So I have to get rid of that. So lastly, let's just have a method to cancel a booking. So let me copy this, come over here. Let's just call this cancel. Then this is going to be our booking ID. Booking ID. So we only want an admin to be able to cancel a booking. So should we also have a user to cancel a booking? No, admin should only be able to cancel a booking. So let's just call this cancel booking. So this is going to be a booking ID, and here is going to be a booking service dot cancel booking, and we are going to pass in our booking ID. So everything looks set for now. It was able to run. So next we are going to test our application. All right, so let's test our application out. I'm going to run this, and it's running. Okay, I think it ran successfully. So I'm going to my Postman. I'm going to register a user first. So I'm going to click on raw. I'm going to have my registration details. So for now, let me register an admin. Let's call this admin, the password admin, the phone number is this, the name, let's just call my name. Let's just call this Josh Lomac. Then my role is an admin, so let's put that here. Admin. So let's try and register this. Our port is 4040. So click on this, and we can see admin was successfully registered. So if I go to my database and I go to my query tool and select all from users, and I run select, we can see our admin was successfully registered here, and the password was encoded, and all data are here. So let me register another user. Let's call this Mary, and password is Mary, and phone number, let's just kind of like change this to 0. Let's just use plus 213, and the name is, let's call this Mary Jackson, and the row, this is going to be a user, so let me not pass in the row, and it's going to auto pick a user role. Send, and Mary has been registered, and go to my DB, I run, I see Mary is here. So now let me log in a user, go to my login, and this is going to be my raw. Let me log in as an admin and check log in. We can see our token was successfully logged in. So let me use the token. Let's try to get all users first. So when I hit this, we can see 403. So because we need a token to do that, and we only need an admin to be able to log in. So let me pass in an admin token to the bearer token, and pass in an admin token here. I send, you can see we are able to get all users, the admin and Mary. So now let me try to log in as a normal user, which is Mary, and try to access an admin route. So this is logging in as a Mary. You can see my JWT token. So I'm going to put this in the bearer token department. I'm going to try to send. We can see 43 forbidden. That means a user cannot access an admin route, which really worked fine. So let's get user by ID. Let me Jira token, pass that here. And see 3 ID3 is not found. If I type ID1, which is mostly an admin, we can see it worked. Get logged in user. So this is going to, my current login user is, I'm currently logged in as Mary. So that's the Mary token. Try this out. We can see it worked. So get user booking history. For now, there are no history for a, a user. So let's just check that for user 2. And we can see there are no booking history as the booking part is empty. So to delete a user, we can delete a user. Let me just try to delete this user. Let me try to delete user 2 and click send. It's 43 forbidden because we say, let me check what we have here. Because to delete this is a delete. This should be a delete mapping to delete a user. So let me just refresh again. We run. So normally admin should only be able to delete a user, but let's just rerun that and let me test that again. It's forbidden, so let me log in as an admin and try to delete a user. So this is my delete user part. Let me pass in the token and send. We can see user 2 was deleted. If I try it again, it's going to tell me that user not found. So let's try to add a room and check if this implementation works. So we're going to be using a form data and we're going to be passing a room, a photo, yeah, a room type, a room price, and room description. So for this photo, I'm going to select one from my local environment. So let's upload this studio room, JPEG, and this is going to be a studio, the room type, the price. Let's make this a 250, and the description, let's say description should be a nice studio room. So let's try to send this. Before then, let me go to my S3 bucket and I refresh, and currently there are no objects. If I go to the objects, there are currently no objects here. So let's check if this is going to work. I send, okay, error saving a room, unable to upload file to S3. Okay, we're unable to upload file to S3. So let's check where the problem is. The AWS access key you provide does not exist in our records. Okay, I think we have problem with the access key. So let me check again if I didn't paste the right access key. Here it does not exist. So I think I downloaded it somewhere. So let me just check it here. So let me open. So this is my access key again. It's saying it does not exist. So let me copy it correctly. Then paste it here. Okay. Let me just go to my, let me make sure I'm copying the right access key. Let me go to my AWS service and make sure that I'm accessing the access key, AWS S3 access.key, AWS S3 secret.key. So this should work. Let's just check. So my secret key, let me get my secret key here. Okay, secret key should be this. Copy that and paste it here. Okay, just run this again. So go to my S3, make sure that is there. So yeah, so let's just check what was the problem. Our bucket name is Fagon Hotel Bucket Images. So let's just make sure that our bucket name was correctly placed. So let's try again. So let me just make sure that everything looks fine. Access, secret. Okay, so let's try to add a room again. Okay, error saving a room. So let me check. The same error. Access key ID you provided does not exist. Okay. Okay, I think I'm not able to validate my access key. So let's go to our account and see what we did wrong. So go to go to my IAM and go to users. And then this is this user. Let me see active key ID. Okay, click on it. And this is the currently active key. So let me see. Copy that. So over here. And let's just try to check if the same. I think they are the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just look at this is AWS S3 full access. So thinking should work. Um, suggesting. So I think this is our object permission. We are giving it S3 all, and so what's going to happen is I'm going to create another. I'm going to create for my user. I'm going to create another. For this user, I'm going to create. Let me just create another key. So probably let's just create another key to see. Go to create another access key. Others. Next, let me just call this test key. Create access key. So this is my access key. Now let me copy that and replace it with this. And this is my secret key. Copy that and replace it with this secret key. So let me rerun my application again and test if we are going will be able to connect to our S3 bucket. So this seems to run. So let me just test it again. Okay, error saving, the same problem. So what I'm going to do next, the AWS does not exist in our record. So yeah. So what I'm going to do now, I think I'm going to create another user. So probably this user, something went wrong. So just delete it. I'm just going to delete this user. Just going to create another one. So create a user here. Let's just call this test user. Click on next. Click on attach policy directly. So let's give it an S3 full access. Which other S3 read only. Yeah, I think S3 full access should be okay. So we don't want to give it an administrative access. No, S3 access is okay. S3 full access is okay. To add user to group, we don't need this. Public permission, we don't need this. Attach policy, S3, S3 full access. So let's give that access. What is this? Let me see. So let me just next and let me create a user. So a user has been created. Let me create an access key for the user. For this, click on order. It doesn't mean go to next, start description. Let me just test upload, create access key. This is my access key. So let's copy that here. And this is my secret key. And let's do the same here. So let me just reload and test. So my app is run successfully. Let me test this out. Unable to, okay, we're unable to still upload. So let me use my access key directly. Let's test it that way. Probably put my access key here directly and let me get my secret key directly as well. Okay, so let me reload. So, okay, seems to load. Let me try this. Okay, this was successfully uploaded. I think the problem we had was we were not able to get this. So I don't really know why this did not work. We're not able to inject this directly from our application of properties. So I'm going to just check what exactly went wrong here. We should be able to, what is that? We should be able to get this from our properties. Okay, so yeah, I think I made a mistake. I was not adding the I didn't add the variable to it, which is this. So yep, so let me just adjust that again, put in the variable here, which is this dollar sign. So that's going to show that this is a variable coming from somewhere. So let's just take this back to where it was. I think that was the problem. Access key and here secret key, put it back. So yep. This you had a variable before you put your code block. So let's just test again and see. That was a mistake from my end, so happens. Yep, so our application is running again. Let's just test properly. Upload again. This. Let's upload a queen room, and let's say room type queen, and this is going to be a 550, a nice queen room. So send, and we can see it was successfully uploaded. You can see the image here. So if I go to my S3 buckets, S3, and if I click on my bucket, I can see my both images are here. So let me try to access my image URL here from here. Let me see if I can access it. And we can see what is able to access it. Yeah, so this part work fine. So let's just add one more room. Let me call this studio, and this is going to be a studio, and this is going to be a little bit cheaper, 350, a nice big studio room. So send. This was successfully uploaded. So get all room type. Let's do this quickly. We have just two types, a studio and a queen. So get all rooms. Let me send this. We have three rooms with this 1, 2, 3, and their room price, their photo URL, and their description. So let's get room by ID. Let's get room by ID 2. We can see that worked fine. Let's get delete a room by ID. Let me delete a room by ID 1. So to delete a room, I have to be an admin. To do that, to log in, let me just get my credentials, and time is a little bit fast spent, so let me be fast here. So just click on that credentials, and room 1 was deleted. If I try to delete a room with ID that doesn't exist, it's going to say room not found. So update a room by ID. Let me update a room. Which room should I update now? Let me update. Before I update a room, let me first of all get all available rooms. So let me update a room with ID 2, which is queen. So this is going to be ID 2, which is a queen. I'm going to pass in my form data. I'm going to pass in my photo, room type, room price, description. So here I'm going to call this is a new photo, queen. I'm going to say queen updated. It was updated. I'm just going to call this 580. Send. Unauthorized. Okay, to update a room, you need to be an admin. So I'm just going to paste in my admin credential. Forbidden. Okay. So what happened? Let me make sure that I'm copying the right credentials. So let me copy that and go to update a room, passing the right credential now. The forbidden. Okay, let's just check what is going on. Room slash update slash ID, update, rooms slash update. Where's my update slash ID, has authority admin, and you need all these values. So what's going on here? So let me check. Forbidding. All right, so let me go to my error. JWT quantity alert clock screw. So what's going on here? So let me log in again as admin. Let me get my credential. So update a room by ID, pass it here. Send is still forbidding. Let me just try to pass in wrong value. So let me go to my controller again, and we can see update slash room. So this should be code block, not like curly brace. So I was using curly brace before. So yeah, this should be code block, something like this. So let me refresh again. I've modified that here and just put in my curly braces. It's not this. This was what was here before, or should be something like this. Okay, so yep, so our app run successfully. So let's test this out again. Send. Room not found. Okay, let me update room 2 now. Let's just check it out. We can see queen updated, and this is the URL, which is now queen room 1. So yep, so this works. If I go to my DB and go to slash rooms, we can see we have it was updated here, which is room ID 2, and the queen updated, and yep, so that works fine. So let's get our available rooms. That has worked. We saw that earlier. If I click on it now, you can see we have our studio and our updated queen. So let's get availability by date and type. Get all rooms by date. Let's add and type to it. So I'm going to pass in the check-in date, check-out date. Check-in date is going to be June, and just going to be 8. Check-out date is going to be, let's say, 9. So let's just check the availability. The room type is suite. So we can see there's no room list here. So let's use queen here. We can see queen here. That's the room type here. And yep, we can see we have only these rooms available for booking within this date range. So now let's book a room. So first of all, let me check my ID, my user ID is one admin. So I want to book a room 2. So let's check how the booking work again. So to book a room, you have to like um that's the booking controller. So to book a room, you have to like go to start the room ID slash the user ID. So this is going to be slash the room ID, which is 2, slash the user ID, which is 1. So you have to put your authorization, because an admin and a user should be able to book a room. So the JWT is required. So book a room, place it here, and yep. So I think that's all we need. Do we need any other? Yeah, I think we should need a body as well. So that's the raw. We need to pass in our check-in dates, our check-out dates, the number of adults and number of children. So let's just book this room. We can see room was successfully booked, and this is the booking confirmation. If I try to book this room again, it's going to tell me that the room is not available for the selected date range because it's already booked. So someone cannot book a room that has already been booked within a date range. So that was what that implementation was. So we don't have enough time to check that out. So let's get our bookings. Before we get that, let's get a booking by confirmation code. This is a new booking we just booked. If I search, we can see this is the booking. The booking and all the user who booked the room and the room that was booked. So this one worked. So let's get all bookings. Or you have to be a user to be able to get all bookings. So let's come here and copy our user ID. You have to be an admin. So come here, go to get all bookings and paste, check. You can see all bookings were gotten. So this is just a booking, check-in date, check-out date, number of adults, number of children. And why is this not returning the booking ID? So I think that should return a booking ID. So let me go to my booking DTO. I have my ID here. Let me go to my booking service. Let me go to my mapping. So we have um for booking detail set ID. So I have my check-in date, my check-out date, number of adults, number of children, total number of guests. and booking confirmation code. So yep. Let me just check what why I'm not getting the ID. Let me check save bookings, get all bookings. Is this get all bookings? Yep, get all bookings and map user map booking list entity to list detail. Okay, so let's check that out. And here list of booking, map booking entity to booking detail. And here I'm booking detail dot get. This is supposed to be bookings dot get ID. Yeah, sorry. It should be bookings dot get ID, not booking detail. So so apology for the oversight. So that this as well should be booking dot get number of children. And yeah, so let me just check other methods to see if they are placed correctly. Bookings. Yep. Room. Yep. Booking. Why is this booking detail? No, this should be booking. Booking dot set ID. Booking dot. Yes. Yes, this is correct. This is correct. And so, yep, so this looks correct. Let me rerun again. And so a link of this code is going to be provided for you guys to go over it and see the changes that were made. So just go over it again. Room and bookings and okay. And this user. So everything works fine. So again, let's just get our bookings again and send. And now we can see we have our ID, check in the check out number of adult, number of children, total number of guests, and our booking confirmation code. So now we can see our ID is being returned in the booking list. Yeah, so that works fine. So get booking by confirmation code. So let's check this again. We can see our booking ID is also now being returned along as well. So let's get booking by user ID. Let me get booking by user ID one. We need to pass in authorization for that. Bearer token. This is bearer token. Yep, I'm not getting the values. That is not. Let me get the token for this user. So get booking by user ID. And yep, we can see this is user ID and this is the bookings of the user, and these are the rooms that belong to the booking. So this worked fine. So now let's cancel a booking. So first of all, let's get all bookings and see we only have one booking. So let's have another booking. So let's just book a room. This time around, let's book this. Let's book this 07, 01, and 0705. So room was successfully booked. So let me book 01. Let me make the checkout dates before. Let's just say 03. No, checkout date should be like, so check-in date should be 02, checkout date should be 01, which is kind of before. Let's check if it's going to work. Error, handling booking, check-in date must come before checkout date. So that kind of error works. So let's get all bookings again. So we can cancel a booking. So yeah, we have two booking currently, ID2 and ID1. So let's cancel booking with ID2. But if I try to use a wrong ID and add a bearer token, and it's going to tell me booking not found. So let's cancel a booking with ID 2. And we can say a booking was successfully, you know, cancelled. If I go to all bookings again, we can say, oh, we only have one booking. So this is our application and it works fine. And we will proceed to write our front end. We are going to proceed to create our front end React app. So I'm going to my command prompt and I'm going to cd into this folder where I would like to create my React application. I'm going to run this command npx create React app. I'm going to call this Figon Hotel React. So going to click on that and it's going to try to bootstrap my app for me. Hmm. Created. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to my Visual Studio Code. I'm just going to open it up, go to new windows. So click on this, click on open folder. It's here. I'm going to open it up and yep. So I'm just going to go to my package.json. Let's look at the dependency that we currently have. And we can see we're using React 18 and React DOM. So we are going to be making use of Axios for our HTTP core, and we are also going to be using our React Router DOM. So let's quickly install that. Just do npm install Axios and React Router DOM. So click on that so we get those dependency. At the same time, we are also going to be using the date picker. I just came to my mind, so I'm just also going to install that. Npm install date picker. So I'm going to, I think that is a React date picker. So if we go to over here on the application overview, we can see that this date here, so get a date, this is a date picker kind of functionality. So we are going to also make use of that library. So let's just call this, it is a React date picker. So let me just install that as well. Okay, so we can see our dependency seems to be okay. We have our Axios, React Speaker, React Data DOM, and React Script. Yep, so that looks good. So what we are going to do next is we are going to just start our app to check if it's going to run properly. So npm start or npm run start to start our application. You can see our application was successfully run. That means, yeah, we are good to go. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to over here as my sroc source folder, and I'm going to write my, going to create my structure on how our application is going to be. So here I'm going to have a folder. I'm just going to have my components folder, and I'm going to as well have a folder called service. So within the component folder, we are going to be having some components. I'm going to group them in a folder. So we are going to be having our auth. We are going to have an admin. We are going to have a folder called bookings and rooms. So this is where our booking and room pages are going to be. We're going to have a folder called common. So all our common file are going to be there. We are going to have folder called home that has our home page, and we're going to have our profile that is going to have our profile pages. I'm going to bring in my static assets. Like if we can see over here, we'll see that if I go to my home page, we can see that we have a background image here and we have some kind of little icons here. So I'm going to bring those in. So I'll go over here in my public, over here at the, okay, I can zoom in, okay, at the left here where my icon is, I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call this assets. So within the asset, I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call it images. And then I'm going to just paste in some like values, some icons. So yep, that seems to be fine. So we are going to go over our service and we are going to create our API service. Our API service contains methods that are going to be used to make HTTP call for all our endpoints. If we can see over here in our booking, we can see we have different endpoints for making HTTP calls. So we are going to create a service for this. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to my service package. I'm going to create a file. I'm going to call this API service.js. So here I'm just going to already have some pre-service written down. So I'm just going to put it. So it's very straightforward. I'm going to explain everything. So what we are basically doing here is that we are importing Azure, which we saw that Azure is used for making HTTP calls. So if you don't want to use this, you can also use fetch API as well. So here I'm just having a class which is API service, and this is my base URL which we saw in our service as this. So that's my base URL, and here I'm just creating a get header method. So what this does is this is going to get our token, and as we all know, most of our endpoints are going to be requiring a token, so which is an authorization. So this method is just there to help us get our token, and whenever we log in a user, we are basically going to collect the token of the user and we're going to save it in our local storage. So that's what this is doing, so that whenever we are making HTTP call to some secured endpoint, we'll be able to pass in the token along. So this is my auth endpoint. This is to register a user. As we can see here, register and login. So this is going to be used to register a user. This is going to be used to log in a user. And this is the path to the endpoint. And we're passing in the registration object, which is basically going to be something like this. So we're going to be bundle it and pass it down here. For the login, the same thing. Then these are methods to get a user, to get a user, current logged in user, to get a user by ID, to get all user bookings, to delete a user, to add a room. This is going to be accessible by admin. So we're going to look at that functionality quickly. This is to get all available rooms. This is to get available rooms by date and type. We're going to pass in the check-in date, check-out date, and the room type. As we see over here, we pass in the check-in date, check-out date, and the room type. So this method is going to handle that. So this is to get all rooms. This is to get all room type. This is to get all room. This is to get room by ID. This is to delete a room. This is to update a room, and this is for bookings, to book a room, to get all bookings, get booking confirmation code, cancel a booking. So these are some authentication checker. So this is just to log out. When we are logging out, we basically remove the token and the row. This is to check if a user is authenticated. That means the user is logged in. This is what it does. This is to check if a user is an admin. which means if the role of the user is admin, that means that user is an admin. Should be able to access the admin page. Why this is to check if the user is a user. So you can probably just pause this out and write the methods out before we proceed. In the same way, let's within our service, let's create our guard, which we are going to be used to guard our endpoints. So if I go over here again, we can see that there are some endpoints that are not, accessible. Like a random person cannot come and just book a table, he or she will be asked to pass in the login details. So this is being controlled by a guard. So let's quickly write those guard implementation before we start writing our components and our logic. So within this service, I'm just going to create a new file. I'm just going to call this guard.js. And here I'm going to just write it out. So I'll explain along. So we're going to be importing React from React. We are going to import navigate and use location from React Router DOM. We are going to bring in our API service, which is that. So here I'm going to create two methods. First method is going to protect our route, and second one is going to protect an admin route. So first I'm just going to export this by default. I'm going to call this protected route equal to, I'm just going to pass in an element. It's going to take in an element which is basically a component. And here I'm just going to use my arrow function, and I'm going to get the current location. I'm just going to check if the this person is authenticated, which is trying to access this location, which is trying to access this endpoint, I mean. So here, if it's not authenticated, we are going to navigate to the login page. And here we are going to replace state. So I don't think this should be a this should be a code block. So what we are basically doing here is that we're getting the location, you know, and here if the user is not authenticated, we are going to, request the user to log in. So after the user have logged in successfully, we're going to take the user back to the exact location where the user was trying to access. So that's what this is all about. So as we saw earlier, so let's also create another one for admin authentication. It's going to authenticate an admin route. So here is just the same thing. So let me just copy this and paste. It's the same thing, and we're just going to call this admin. Takes in a component, which can be anything and we're getting the location. And here we are checking if this is going to be if the user is an admin. If it's not an admin, we would request the user to log in. So, and if the user successfully logged in and he's actually an admin, from the credentials, we are going to allow the user to go to the exact location where the user wanted to go. But if the user probably logged in and became a user, he's still going to not be able to go there because it's going to recheck this function. So this is it. Let's write our header and footer. So before then, I observe that this navigate I'm not importing into. I'm just going to get it. Just import that here, and for here I don't need a component, as the component is going to be passed in whenever we are using this. So this looks a bit okay. So I'm going to my common. I'm just going to create my component here. I'm going to call this navbar.jsx. Let me rename dot. So here we are going to have our navbar implementation. So I'm just going to dive into it. So first of all, we are going to import our React. We're going to import navlink. We're also going to have use navigate. So we can navigate. We are going to have our API service, and we are just going to have a function, and we're going to call this navbar, and we are going to export this at the bottom. I'm just say export default function. So here within a function, I'm just going to have, just first of all, just here, just check, use this authentication. Let's call it authenticated. That's going to be our API service dot is authenticated. Let's just check if a user is logged in. At the same time, I'm just going to check if a user is an admin or a normal user. That's going to determine which of the URL is going to be active. As you can see over here, if you are an admin, you have an admin here. If you're a user, you have a profile here. So let's also do that. It's going to be is, let's just say is admin, is user. I'm just going to have the same here, is user. So after this, I'm going to, let's just quickly, return our template. This is just going to be, have our div, and then just call this a nav. No need to call it a div. Let's call this a nav. And within here, let's have a div. And here, yes, have a list item. This is just going to have our list li. Then is going to, let's wrap this within the nav link, and nav link open, and then nav link close. So here I'm just going to say to where do you want to navigate to, this nav link to equal to the path you want to navigate to. So here I'm going to just call this, this should be something like this, not like This should not have this here. So yeah, so this is good. So let's just call this home. So I'm just going to copy paste this multiple times. And before I copy paste it, let me just add active class to it. Now let's just give it a styling of active. I'm just going to copy paste this so it will be faster. So here, this is going to go to home. This is going to navigate to rooms. This is going to navigate to find booking. This is going to navigate to profile. This is going to navigate to admin. This is going to login. This is going to register. And this, I don't think this has anything, so we can just get rid of that. So before then, let me just give this the name, that's rooms. Gonna find, let's call this find my bookings. Let me look at what I have here. Find my bookings. Okay, so let's just keep this format. So this is going to definitely be profile. This is going to be admin. This is going to be our login. This is going to be register, and this is going to be logout. So this looks a bit good. So this should not have a nav link. So let me just get rid of the nav link and leave the I here. So I don't think we need the nav link here. So let's just leave our li here, and here we can just have an on click. So here, and for this place, I'm just going to have my, let's just bring in our nav link, and this is going to have our logo. So let's just call this Beacon Hotel, and here is going to have a tool. You click on that, it should take you to a home page. So here I'm going to have a class. I already have predefined class as well. Let me add them to it. I'm going to paste the class code. So this is going to have a class name of navbar. This is going to have a class name of navbar brand, and this is going to have a styling of navbar UL, and these are going to have styling of, okay, I will not have styling for this because I can easily get this from this. And yep, so this looks good, and I'm going to add conditional statement to render each of them based on the authentication of a user. So for this, I'm just going to wrap this within a code block here, and same thing here. And here I'm just going to say if it is a user, if it's a user, if a user is, that this is going to be a true or false. So if this is a user, then it's going to show the profile. So if this is an admin, it's going to show the admin profile. So its user is going to be, and do that. And so for here as well, let me just also do that. It's a very simple thing. So if this is a user, it's true. If a user is logged in as a user, it's going to show the profile. If you're logging as an admin, it's going to show the admin. While all these are always going to be constant, always going to be shown. So for login, I'm just going to say if you are not authenticated, then show the login. While if you are authenticated, then what? If you are not authenticated, then show the login. Why if you are show the login and register, you should be login and register. So if you're not authenticated, show the login and register. So you can decide to register or log in. But if you're authenticated, then don't show both of these. Then let's also do this for login as well. So if you are, why did I put it there? So if you are authenticated, then show the log out. And here I'm just going to write, um, here I'm just going to have an on click here. On click, when you click on that, I'll have a method to handle. Let's call this handle logout. I'm going to have the method here. So I'm going to have the method over here. Let's just say const handle logout. Give it a little bit of space. Let's just make it an arrow function, and we are just going to check is logged out. Let's just check if it's, let's just ask if you want to log out. We're just going to say window dot confirm. So you decide to, in case you mistakenly click on it, you can say, okay, no, I don't want to. Let's just say, are you sure you really want to log out? So if this is a yes, it's going to bring a prompt. Then if is logged out is a yes, then let's just log out. Then let's navigate. When we have successfully logged out, then we're just going to use the navigate. So let me just first of all bring that in. Const navigate equals to use navigate. Let me just create an instance of that. So I'm just going to say, when you finally log out, let's just navigate to the home. Yeah, let's navigate to the home page. So this is going to be equal to. So everything kind of look fine. So if there's any kind of problem, we are going to always resolve this. So in same way, let me just quickly write my footer. And here, let's just come here and create a file. Let's call this footer.jsx. And here, we're just going to create our footer. Let's call this footer component. It's going to be an arrow function, and let's export default. Let's call this footer component. For here, I'm just going to, this is going to be supposed to be an arrow function. Here, I'm just going to return my template, and it's going to be footer tag. And here, I'm just going to have a span that is going to just say Figon Hotel, and I'm just going to say all rights reserved. I'm just going to make use of that kind of copy stuff. And here I'm just going to, use the new date, so it will return the current date. Dot get full year. So here I'm going to, yeah, I think that is good. So I'm just going to give a class name here for the span, and this is going to be my footer. Let's proceed to write our home page. Then here in the home, I'm just going to come over here. I'm going to call this home page.jsx. And here I already have a room pre-written, so it's just like a dummy string where you just have a home, a section, a banner section, which is this banner section. I have some kind of styling over here, so I'm going to leave a link where you can easily get this and just copy it and paste it there. So I want to primarily focus on the logic. Then I just have these all rooms here where you can this, and then I have my services, which is this other service section down here. And yep, that is it. So what we are going to do next is we are going to have a component that is going to be used to search for all rooms, and we are also going to have another component which is going to display all rooms. So let's add that implementation. Create those components to search for a room and to display a room. I'm going to add my CSS styling, as I already have my CSS styling out. So I'm just going to put it here. Let's just get rid of the default styling, and here in my index.css, I'm going to put in my pre-written CSS style. So I'm going to leave a link where you can easily go and access it. So they already have a lot of styling there. So in order for us to, display what we have written out, let me quickly write my app.js service where we display our header, navbar, and the pages we have created. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just get rid of this, and I'm going to get rid of, let me just leave this here, and let's import our necessary functionality. So we're just going to have in a React, and we're going to be having our browser router, our routes, let's just use routes, and our navigate. So this is from our React router done. So that is good for now. Let's bring in our navbar and footer as well, and let's bring in our footer, and let's also bring in our home page. And over here, I'm just going to get rid of this, and within here, our class app, I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to wrap everything over a browser router. So this is just going to be our browser router here. Let me bring it here. And we're going to wrap everything inside a browser router. So this is going to be our app. So here I'm going to have my navbar, and I'm going to have my footer as well, So here I'm just going to have a div where I'm going to display my content. So let's just give it a styling, which I already wrote down as content. So here I'm going to be having different routes. So let's cut this route, and here let's just give it an exact path. This is going to be /home, and we have our element, our component, which is a home page. So this is going to be our home page, and yep, so this is fine. So let's check it out and see what error is this. Route is only used for routes. Okay, so I think we have a problem. This should be, I think we should wrap everything inside a route before we use a route. So within our content, I'm just going to wrap everything within a route first, and then let's do that here. That should be something like this. Yeah, so I think this looks good. So if I refresh, we can see this is how it currently looks. For now, we don't have any of this fold. So our home page, we have all this navigation, and our home page is like this, which look a little bit good. And if I click on all pages, it go to our room, which does not exist for now. So yep, so let's proceed to write our room search. Let me go to my home page, and here we want to have a component which we are going to be used to search a room, something like this, to search a room, and another component which is going to display all the searched results. So let's do that, and that's going to be in the common. And here I'm just going to call this file room search.jsx. So here I'm just going to create my have my imports, have my React, and let me quickly just import every other thing that I'm going to be using, which is my use state, my use effects, and here I'm going to have my date picker, which we remember from React date picker. So that's going to be date picker, yeah. Then I'm going to import the styling for it, which is going to be React. Now, let me React date picker slash this slash React date picker dot CSS. Yeah. Then I'm also going to bring in my API service, as is always needed everywhere. So that is that. I'm just going to create my, call it room component. Let's call it room CHDRLD default name, and here is just going to be an arrow function, and I'm going to export it, as we all know, export the default, export it as default, and it's called room search. So within the room search, since we are going to be using these components all in different places, is going to, like, you know, pass in a props. Here we're just going to call this handle search results. And here I'm just going to, before I do that, let me, before I write those implementation, let us just bring in our different properties which we are going to be, having, and that's going to be our start. Because if you look at here, we're going to be having our start in property, our check out, check in, check out, room type, and before we search. So let's collect those properties. So let's call this, let's just call it start date, set start date, and this is going to be, we're going to be using a use state. Keep an eye of that. By default, let's leave it to be none. I'm going to copy this and just paste it again. I'm just going to call this end date. I'm just going to start this set and date. This is going to be room type, going to be set room type, and this, I'm just going to use this to collect my room types, so that whenever you come into the app, you're going to have already predefined room types from the database already popped up, so you can easily select it from. So that's going to be got it from here. And this is going to be an array. So here I'm just going to call this error, and this is going to be set error. So that looks a little bit good. Let's just make this an empty stuff, and yep, make this an empty string, this an empty string, and this is going to be taking in a date. So yep, so this looks good. So let's use our use effect here. Whenever um, our, um, our component is mounted, let's just run this use effect. And what we are going to do is we are going to, you know, let's just make an let's create a method to fetch the room types, which is these room types which we are going to be popping in and selecting from. So let's just call this fetch room types, and this is going to be used and await our API service dot get room types. Get room types. So this is going to return a list of all the available room types. So here I'm just going to wrap this in a try and catch method. Always a good thing to use a try and catch. And I'm just going to here I'm just going to console.log the error if there's any error. So yep, so that's good to let's just extract the error message. Yep. So I think I'm really doing some crazy stuff here. So this should be a method, and yeah, this should be like a function called fetch room type, not like doing something like this. So this should be like something else. So yeah, let's just call this room. Let's call this type. So we're just going to create a function here. Let's call it fetch room types asynchronous, and let's use our arrow function here. And yep, so this is going to is this, and so these are going to be within this code block. So this should be something like this, not an arrow, and this should like take something like this. Yep, we only want this to run whenever the component is mounted. So that's why I'm making an empty array. So it's not keeping an eye of any change here. So yep, so this looks presentable right now. And my function and try, now let's keep this within a try and catch, which is here. So get rid of that, place it here. And so when we get the results, so what are we going to do with the results? Let's use the set room type, and let's pass in the types, which is going to be an array. So that looks good. And here we're going to render the method here, fetch room types, and we are good to go. So let me just, okay, we're not using the method, the component yet. I wanted to say, let's check it out. So that is that. So let also quickly create a method to, to show error in case we have errors. So I'm just going to I'm just going to move down. This is this here. So yep, so this ends here. Just move this down a little. So I'm just going to come here. I'm just going to call this show show error, which is going to be taking a message. I'm just going to have it a timeout, which is just going to be 5 seconds. And here I'm just going to, let's make that const. I'm just going to set error message, and I'm going to set a timeout. Set time out, which is this, and I'm just going to pass in set error. Let's clear our error. And here I'm just, what's this? TypeScript file. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, so this is like, yeah, it should be like that. So here I'm just going to pass in our timeout, which is 5 seconds. So this is a little bit good. So let me just format this. So I'm going to create a method to handle our, to going to take in our data and handle our internal search. So before then, let me just return our template. So this is going to have a section. So let me just paste the pre-written stuff here. So this is just a template where you can, a template like this where you can just check in date, check out date, and the room type. So that's this. You can just, this is just to check, select a check in date. This is to select a check out date, and this is to select the room type. So we can basically see that when our application was run, when our component was mounted, we're using the use effect to collect the room type, which is room types, which is what we are mapping over it and getting each of the value, and we are displaying it as a list of options, which is list of options here. So that's what we are doing here. So here is just to select the check out date, which is a date picker, and check in date, which is a date picker. So that seems fine. And I'm going to write an implementation to handle the internal search. We can see over here that if you click on submit, we should handle internal search. And whenever we set in a check-in date, the date, this is going to be set, start date is going to be set. Whenever we set it, select is check out date, end date is going to be set. So let's create a method handle internal search to process this information. So I'm just going to copy that. So here I'm going to move this over down a little, and I'm going to say const handle internal search, which is going to be, make it an async function. So I'm just going to say create a conditional statement if there's no start in date or there's no end date, or the user does not select a room type. If this value were not selected by the user, or let's say, or room type, no need, I think that should probably, yeah. If this, I'm just going to show my error. I'm just going to say, please select all fields. So I'm just going to return false. Else, if everything seems fine, let's just create this in a try and catch. And here I'm just going to, if there's any error, let's run our show error again. And we are just going to get the error dot, let's say, let's collect the response dot data dot message. So here in our try block, we are going to first of all format our message, and this is going to be, let's call this formatted start date. Is going to be start date. If there's a value in the start date, we're just going to say start date dot to ISO. Let's just convert this to ISO string. I'm just surprised that the method is not showing up. Dot split, and we're just trying to convert this to a proper date format of our the date format of our system, like of our current date format rather than the universal date format. So it's going to take in the 0 s, let's just say null. So this should be a two, not row. So let's also do this for formatted end date. End date is going to be end date. If there's value, let's say our end date dot to ISO string. Let's split it, and yeah, let's also do that, and let's call our API to search for results. So let's just collect the response as response is equals to await API service dot get available rooms by date and type. Let's pass in our formatted start date, formatted end date, and then our room type. So this is going to, what's going on here? Why is await not working? What's telling me await are only allowed within asynchronous nodes? Yeah, it's only, oh, this I ended this here. This shouldn't have ended here. So yeah, so let's just copy that and end it somewhere here. Yep, so that's fine. And we are good to go. So let's collect the response. And we are just going to say if response dot set status code equal to 200. If it's successful, then we're just going to again check another response. We're just going to say if response dot room list dot length, okay, is equal to 0. If there's no room within that, let's just show our error again and just say room not currently available for the date range. Okay, for the room type and selected date range. So that seems a little bit okay. Then let's just break this stuff. Use a return to break it. So s, let's click on, let's just handle search results and response dot, let's pass the room list. So yep, so and then let's just set our error back to empty so it's not displayed. So yep, so what we are doing here is, let me just explain this again. We are using the date picker and we're bringing our API service. So this use effect, whenever this component is mounted and it's not checking anything, it's going to run once. It's just going to fetch the room type and set the room type here, which is this room type, so we can select from it to search a room. So here we have our feeds to check in date and check out date, and whenever those are selected, the values are going to be saved in here. And whenever we click on the search result, it's going to run this function and do internal check. This is just going to make sure that our feeds are properly selected, and if that is done, it's going to format our start and end date, which is this, and is going to collect those value and make a HTTP call to our endpoint to get all the available date, to check if that room type we selected is available for booking within the selected date. So it just is going to do that, and here I'm just checking if the response is 200, and if there's no if the room list is empty, if there's no room available, it's just going to say room not available. If there is available, it's going to collect the room and it's going to pass it to this handle search result, which is going to, which we are going to collect in our home service. So let me go to my home service here, and let's bring in the components, room search, and here I'm just going to, within over here, I'm going to just bring it, going to be using it, room search, just going to have a handle room search, handle which is going to be the handle search results. So I'm going to create a function here called handle search results, and I'm going to, before then, I'm going to create my room. So this method is going to return a result which we are going to pick here, and we're going to set it here. So let's use our state again, which is an array list. So we're going to call this room search. Let me just call it room search results. Let me copy this. Set, and let's just say set room search results. So if this is done, I'm going to just set the response here is to be what I'm going to collect here, which is results. So again, what we are doing here is that we have, where's my error coming from? Okay, it's coming from here. This should be page 4, and okay, I should break this. So what we're doing here is we're using our search results component, which is this, to actually search a room. Is collecting a prop, so we're going to use it to search a room, and whenever it has done its search, is going to return a response here, which is the result, which is going to return back to where it is being called. So that result here is going to be collected over here, and is going to be set to this room search result. So we now have access to this data, and we are going to do whatever we want with this data. So what we are going to do next is we're going to create another component which is going to handle the data and display the data as well. The reason why we're using this component is because we want to also use this same feature in other pages instead of rewriting everything over and over again. Let's implement our room search result. That is a component to display our room. So before then, let me just check if everything is up and running. Okay, I think we have some compilation problem. Homepage, line 12. Okay, let me bring this up. Let's go to our homepage, line 12. Okay, we can see that we mistakenly added this, so I'm going to get rid of that. And let me check it out now. We can see it's fine. Look at our check-in date, check-out date, and it's good. So a little bit of modification. So let me just, okay, no, I think everything is fine. So let's go down and create our room search result, which we are going to be used to display the result, which is going to be coming from our room search, which is this, which we are picking here. So let's create a component to render this. So here I'm going to come to my to common again. I'm going to create a component called room results.jsx. So here I'm going to import the necessary thing, which is our React, as we all know. Then I'm going to also have my use navigate to navigate, and I'm also going to be using our API service as is a constant, it's everywhere. So we are going to be using that. So going to do something like this. So here I have my room and the implementation down. So this is very simple. So first I'm initializing my use nav for navigation, and here I'm just having another method to check if I'm an admin, because I want to use the same to also render a situation whereby an admin will get all the rooms to edit a room. So we're going to see that. So this is just the room result. What I'm doing here is this room result is going to be passed in from the home page. So where I render the component. So let me just render the component quickly so we can see what is going here. So this is going to be the room results, and this is going to, the prop is going to be room search results, which is going to be our room search results. So yep, so we can see here now that we are passing the room search results which we collected from this room search. We are passing it, the result, down to the room result component, which is going to display all the rooms over here. So in our room result component, we are collecting the props value and we are looping over it. First of all, we're just checking if the length is greater than 0. And yeah, if there's actually a room, we are just going to map the room, which is basically a for loop to go over each item of the room result, call it a room. Then we are collecting the room type, the room price, the room description. And here we are saying we are having a button to also display to where you can book the room. If we go over here, we can see that, let me just search this single. We can see that we have a button to view or book a room, which is what we are doing here as a view or book a room. But here I'm having an extra condition to say that if I'm a logged in user, then if I'm not an admin, then I should be able to view and book a room. But if I'm admin, I should be able to edit a room. So this is going to help us to write fewer code rather than having a different, you know, page to view all rooms so we can edit a room as an admin. So that's what I'm doing here. So it's very simple. So let's check if this is going to work. Um, Let me search for a room type. Let's say double search. Okay, so that is not working. Let me go to my console. Prop, active class prop on the DOM elements. Okay, So I think is that supposed to cause a problem? Let me clear this again and just search this. Oh, the search button is not even working. So let's just see what's going on here. Okay, so let me go to my room search. It seems our search button. So I think the problem should be from our room search because we are not able to get the data to our room search to room result. So I think this should be set status, not this should be status code, not set status code. So here we're not able to pass this conditional statement is not able to pass. So hence we're not able to this statement condition is not passing. So this should be set status code equals to be status code. So let's just try again and check this hostel. You can see it works. We're able to get a return our data. So I think we're having this kind of error here. So let me just quickly check what's wrong here. So go to my navbar and I think this should be small letter class. Let's see, small letter class. Yeah, so let me just refresh again. Function are not valid as a React if you return components of instead of components. Okay, so but that first error is gone. Just check if this functionality is going to work. It worked. Okay, so where is this error coming from? Component instead of components, return a component instead of this. So I think I'm returning something crazy somewhere, which probably we're going to figure out later what exactly that is. But yep. So for now, it's not giving us the exact. It's not giving us the exact place where the problem is. Okay, we're having our footer component. Yeah, Dave, it's at okay. I think in our footer. Let's go over there. And let me just go over here again. I can see my footer is copyright and the year is not showing. So that means the year was not properly, we're not getting the year properly. So just put in your function invocation so we can invoke the year. And if I refresh and we can see the error is somehow gone. Yep, so that looks good. What we are going to do next is we are going to create our rooms page that will display all room. So before we do that, since our room page is going to be having navigation, if I go here to an existing, we can see we have some navigation here. Let's first of all create the navigation component. So I'm going to go in my common, all things component that are going to be used elsewhere are placed in the common. So here I'm just going to create a new file. I'm going to call this pagination. Let's just capitalize this to follow the naming format. Let's make this a JSS and let's import our React. So here I'm just going to create a method. I'm just going to call this pagination equal to make an arrow function and export it by default pagination. So here is going to take in some properties, which is going to be the rooms page is going to take in the rooms page is going to take in the total rooms or the total items, and it's going to take in the current page, which is mostly going to be one here or whatever in our wherever we are using this pagination, we're going to pass in the current page. We're going to calculate the current page there and pass it in, and it's going to take in the paginate, which is the page to paginate to. So that looks good. Here I'm just going to create a const and call this page number. Numbers, this is going to be an array. I'm going to say create a for each for loop. I'm going to just say let I equal to 1 and say r is smaller than, let's use math.ceil, which is the total rooms divided by the rooms page. Let's just call this rooms per page. So this is going to be the number of rooms we want to be in a page. Either we do want one room to be in a page, 2, 3, 4, etc. And we are going to increment this. And here we are going to say page numbers dot push. We are going to just add all the, we are just going to adding all the items. Okay, so that has been done, and let's just return the template result here, and this is going to be a div, a ul. This is going to be a list. This is basically just going to be something like this. It's just going to be something like this that has list 1, 2, 3. It's going to calculate that based on the condition. So we are going to see that, and here it has li. So here I'm just going to first of all pass in my styling, which is called pagination nav, and this is called pagination ul. And here in my eye, I'm going to just give it a styling. I'm going to call this pagination li, and I'm just going to give it a key, an identity, which is number. So I'm going to say here, I'm just going to create an if statement to display the li conditionally. I'm going to say create a code block, which is going to be code block start here and is going to end here. And here I'm going to say if page numbers dot map, I'm going to take in a number. I'm going to call it a number, and here is going to be, I'm going to put in this value, which is going to be this. And here I'm just going to render this conditionally, and within this li I'm going to have a button, and this button is going to have just given its styling. So the styling is going to kind of be conditional, which is going to be pagination button, and I'm going to current page equals to number. So as we have here, it's going to have like 1, 2, 3, and all of that. And I'm going to say current page S, then there will be no styling. So this is just a kind of a conditional way to style. So here I'm just going to like just show the number of I want to display under, which is going to be the number. So this looks good. So yep, it's very straightforward. So we are going to be passing in the number of rooms per page. We want to be in a page, the total number of rooms, then the current page, and the paginate. So now to navigate to a next page, whenever I click on it, it takes me to the next page and display the item. I'm going to have an onClick method over here, which is going to have some conditional statements. So here I'm going to have my method. I'm going to paginate, which basically means to navigate, which is going to be my number. And yep, and I'm going to conditionally render this styling to it. So this is done. So let's move to create our all rooms page. So here in my booking room, I'm going to, well, I'm still going to test this out, and if there's any cause for alarm, we are going to always come back to resolve. So in the meantime, let me create my all rooms page. Let's just call this all rooms page .jsx. I'm going to put my implementation here. I'm going to explain what it does. So I am bringing in my API service, the pagination which we just created, which is this, and our room result and our room search. So what we want to do is when you go to the all rooms page, we want to have a filter where you can filter a room. We want to have a component. This is where you can search. This is the component we created earlier. I want to have the result of the component, which we also, the result of the room search, which is what we created earlier. So you can see here we are using both components we already used in our home page over here. But this time around, we are adding a filter room search, and we are also having a pagination to it. So those are the two differences here. So here, when you just come into the application, we are going to get all rooms, which is this service to get all the rooms, and we're going to set the room and set filter rooms for now, which is going to be all the rooms, and we're going to fetch the room type so you can select the rooms here. Okay, so that is that, and this is the result we are returning. We are getting the rooms and we are mapping it. We are basically getting the filtered rooms and mapping it, and we are returning all the value. And here you can select by the filter room, which is this. When you select it, it's going to filter the room. So here is how we are running that implementation and the filter room. So when you select the room you want to filter, is going to run the filter room. So that room type you selected is going to go over all the rooms we already have, which is this. All rooms, which is basically set in the filter rooms, is going to collect all the rooms, and it's going to only remove the type that was chosen over here. it's going to only display that type here, and it's going to return it, and it's going to be re-rendered over here. So now for the pagination, we can see how we are using the pagination here. See how we are using it, using the pagination. We already know how the room search and the room result works. So for the pagination, we are defining the rooms per page. The total number of rooms we want per page here is 5. We can decide to increase it to like 10. It's going to display 10 room before you create a page. Before you can move to the next page. For now, we just want it to be 5 before you move to the next page. So the rooms per page is 5. It's collecting that. The entire rooms, which is going to be the total number of rooms, is going to calculate the length, pass it along, and the current page which we are is going to calculate it by using the current page, which is using this formula, get the index of the first room, get the current page where you are, get the index of the last room to know the current room. So it's going to pass it in, and the paginate is going to be passed in, which we are seeing how such information is being processed here we saw earlier to create a page and also display a data. So that's what we are doing. So let's just check it out to see if it's going to work. So I'm going to my rooms. Okay, we are not able to get all rooms here. So have I even created that? So all rooms page, let's see, rooms to get all rooms. So let me also log my response. So first of all, if I go to slash rooms, it should render the all rooms. We have not configured that in our control in our router. So over here to the routing. So put here. If you go to the slash rooms, let's put that here. It should run the all rooms page. So we can see now in the rooms, now all the all rooms page are being returned. If we search it, we can just filter this. Is going to, just only get that. And if I leave it all, we can see our pagination 1 and 2 is working. But for now, if I click on 1, it doesn't, the color does not stay. If I'm on page 2, the color does not stay on page 2. That was what we tried to do over here in the where's the pagination, so that whenever you are on that page, the color is going to be is going to stay on that page. So I think I didn't write the styling properly. I'm just going to modify the styling, and I'm going to redo that at the back. So if we look at it correctly, we can see that we did not correctly write our logic. So here normally the closing of parentheses supposed to be here. So let me just check again now and refresh. We can see it works. If you're on page 2, the styling remains. So that's what I wanted to achieve. So we are going to proceed to write our find booking page, something like this, so that when you click on this, you can actually search for a booking, find a booking, and when you find, you get the booking details. So I'm going to come to my booking room. I'm just going to cut this, find booking page. Let's just make it descriptive, .jsx. Then just click. I already have the implementation done, so I'm going to explain it. So basically, this is when you go to this page, is going to just, for now, when you go on the page, it's just going to display just this information which we have here. So which is, this is just going to say find a booking, and it's going to tell you to enter a booking confirmation code. So when you enter that, it's going to find a booking, handle search, and it's going to find a booking, make an API call, and get the result. When the result is gotten, it's going to be set as the booking details here. And if over here, if the booking detail has a value, if it is not null, it's going to display this data with the booking information which we are extracting. But if this is null, which that means if you just come to the page and you've not find a booking, it's not going to display this information below. So that's what this logic is all about. And if there's error, it's going to show the error, and I'm giving it color of red. Let's register our find booking page. So we'll go to our app.js, and here we're just going to create a route, and this is going to be a path, and let's just call this find bookings, and the element is going to be our component, which is the find booking page, and we are going to close that out. So if I come over here and click on find booking, okay, I think that it didn't work out well. So find booking, let me see. Okay, I think this should be a component. Just going to make that one. So yeah, we can see this has, yeah, if I click on find booking, we can see our booking page is displaying properly. So we are going to write implementation to get a room detail. So as we can see over here, if we click on a view book room detail, it's going to tell us view a to view the details. Let me just log in. So it's going to like show the room details, and we can also book the room detail. If I click on book now, it's going to show me to select this feed, and if I do that, it's going to like book a room. So let's add this feature to our app. I'm going to in the booking and room page, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to just call this room details page.jsx. So we're going to be using this page to view a room and also to book a room. So I already have an implementation down for us to be very fast. So I'm just going to break them down one step after the other. You can also go over the code, and it's already available. So here I'm just getting my values which I'm going to be needing. We already see that we are going to be navigating here from our room results, where you can see that we are navigating here to a room details page, and we're passing the room ID to it. So here in our room detail, we are collecting the ID by using the use param. Then we are getting the room details here. So whenever you come to this page, we're going to make an API call by passing the room ID, and it's going to get the room using the room ID as we've already implemented in our backend. And the same way, we are also getting the user profile detail also from this endpoint, and we are going to set the user ID, because when the user wants to book a room, we want to pass in the user ID along, so we can get the user and book a room on his or her behalf. So that's what we are doing here. So all this is loading. You can just probably get rid of them. It's just to show, a kind of icon to show that the room is loading and all of those. So here, if we select a check-in date, as we see here, is going to pick those value. The number of adults which we are going to be selecting here are going to be picked by this variable. So and that's what we are doing here. So this is the template. We can see we are having a lot of condition rendering, because we are both using this to get the user data and also to book a room. So this is the primary room details. So we are going to just display the room. We're going to display the booking check-in date. We are going to ask the user to set a check-in date, a check-out date, and here is where the user is selecting those value. And if a user click on confirm booking, is going to calculate some values. Over here is going to, just check the start date, the end date. It's just going to check if this calculate the total days, and from the total days we are going to calculate the price of the room, and we're going to display the price to the user. So if the user finally accepts the bookings, we are going to bundle the data, and we are going to make a HTTP request to book a room. As you can see, we are passing the room ID, the user ID, and the booking object. The booking object contains a check-in date, a check-out date, the total number of adults, and the number of children, which basically you are going to select here: check-in date, check-out date, number of adults, and number of children. And when you confirm a booking, we are going to book a room on your behalf, and we are going to show you the message if the room is successful or not. And when that is successful, we are going to navigate to the home page for like this 10 seconds. So let's just use like 5 seconds to navigate to the rooms page back, so you can probably get and book other rooms. So for this room details page, we are going to add it to our app.js and to our routing list. So here I'm just going to come over here, and I'm just going to say, let me copy this so we can easily use it. The path is going to be room details. Let's call this book. And we're going to, was that what we call it? Here, if I click on view room details book, yeah, and we're going to pass in the ID, which is going to be from the param. Let's just call this room ID, and the element here is going to be room details page. So yep, so for now it's currently 43 unauthorized because when we are not able to get information of the login profile. So if I just go there and I probably, where is it? I probably just comment this out, and let me just set this to be 2, and we can see the room details, and the user profile is not showing up because I commented that code out. So we do not currently have a user. So this works fine. So let's proceed to write our login and registration screen. So I'm going to go to my auth package here. I already have it written down. Login and registration page is very straightforward. I'm going to explain. So for our login page, if I go over here to, let me log that here so we can see the page. It's very straightforward. So let me just go over it. It's basically a page where you have to log in, passing your email, your password, and that's all. So this is a template. It's just a simple form where you text in your email, your password, and you click on login. Here I also added a little bit of link in case you probably want to register for US user experience. If you already have an account, you can just click. If you don't have an account, you can just click on this to register. So as you are typing in your email, on change is going to collect the value and is going to set it here at the email. Same also goes for password. So when you are done that, you click on submit. It's basically going to check if your email and password has a value. If it does not, it's going to tell you to please fill or feed. And if this looks fine, it's going to just make a HTTP call to log in with your email and password. And when the result is successful, we are going to collect your token, save it in our local storage, collect your role, if you're an admin or you are a user, save it on the local storage. And we are going to use this information to authenticate you to determine which page and page you are going to access. And we're also going to use this information to also load your data. So when this is done, we are going to navigate to the page where you are trying to come from. So as we saw earlier in our guide, we we are using a replace state from location. That means if you navigate to a state, if you are trying to go to a defined route and you have navigated back to a login page, so after login, it will navigate you back to the page where you were actually trying to go. So that's what this is doing here. So just to navigate, and if there's no other place we're coming from, you just go to your navigate you to your home page. So that's that, and this is just the error. If I'm trying to make HTTP call and there's an error, well, I'm going to catch the error here. I'm going to show it for 5 seconds. So for the login page, for the registration page, this is the same thing. I have my object for collecting my data. We need a name, email, password, and phone number to register, and just the same form over here and the same functionality. Let me quickly register this service in my guard, not my guard, in my routing, which is my app.js. So here I'm just going to call it a route. I'm just going to bring this here, and this is going to be, if you try to go to log in, it's going to, let's bring in our login page. Let me check if I'm exporting this correctly. Yeah, I'm exporting the login. Okay, so come over here and import login page from login page. So we just call that, and at the same time, let me import my registration page, register page. What did I call it? Register page. Let me check if I'm exporting it correctly. Yep. So import from component slash component slash auth. How's going on with my terminal slash register page? So for this, let's just rename this properly. So here, let's just call this login page. Login page. Okay, it's already login page correctly. So yep. So here I'm just going to do the same thing for register. I'm going to register page is going to be register. So let me check what was defined here. Log in. We can see our register. So we can see this looks good. So what is the problem here? Let me just log in, register. Okay, we have no error here. So we can see our login page. If I click on register, it goes over here. If I click on login here, it goes here. So this is working fine. We are going to proceed to write our profile page. So let's quickly get this up so we get done quickly. So let me call this profile page.jsx. And if we go over here and we'll go to profile, we can see the profile page of this guy. I think it's not authenticated. Okay, so we want something like this so you can see a profile page and you can get all the booking history of that user, and also the user can also log out as well. So that's what we want to do here. So I'm just going to put implementation here, and it's very simple. So what I'm doing here is whenever you navigate to this page, the use effect is going to be triggered. That means we are going to get your profile information, and we're going to also get your history information, your booking history information. So when you get your profile information, we are going to use that information to your profile information to get your ID, which we are going to be used to get your booking information. If we remember our backend, we said that we can get a user bookings by the user ID, which is what we are doing here. So get all your bookings, and we are going to set it to set user here. So this user is going to have your user details and all your bookings. And that is what we are, rendering over here in the template. We are just getting that value, getting your details, and rendering all of your booking history here. And over here, we are getting your details, your email, your phone number, and we are showing it for you. So if you have no bookings, it will say no bookings found. So that is what we are doing here. So when you click on log out, it's just going to run the logout here, and it's going to navigate to the home page. When you click on edit profile, it's going to navigate to the edit profile page, which we are going to write shortly. Let's quickly do that to edit a profile, and I'm going to come over here, have my page here. Let's just call that edit profile page.jxx. So here, as usual, my implementation is already down and it's very simple. If I go over here and my profile, we can see that we already have this implementation down. When you click on edit profile here, we only want to show your details and then a button for you to delete your profile. So that is what I did here. So when you navigate here, we are going to fetch your user current login detail. Whomever is currently logged in, we're going to set in your detail, and we're here, we are just showing your detail as we can see over here, and we have a button to delete a profile. So when you click on it, it's going to prompt you more like a prompt. Are you sure you want to delete a profile? If you say yes, it's going to delete that user, and it's going to navigate you to the sign up page. So let's just test this functionality out. So I'm going to my app.js, I'm going to implement this feature. So first, I'm going to have a route. Let me copy this, and this is going to be for profile page. Let us call this going to be profile page. At the same time, we are going to have to edit profile. So this is going to be edit. Let's just call it dash profile, and this is going to be our edit profile page. So let's test this out here. So let me try to register to log in and see, register a user and see. Let's register, let's say Matthew, and that this is the email. The name should be Matthew, the email, and our password, phone number can just be anything. We just put this and have some random value, and the password, call it Matthew. Click on register, and we can see user successfully registered. And yep, so it's what's going on here. Did it navigate to, just check my registration page. After successfully register, you should navigate to, let's call this navigate to login rather than to absolute path. So yeah, so it's telling us that this does not match. So let's register another user again. Let's call this Juliet, and this is going to be Juliet at gmail.com, and the phone number is going to be some kind of random. Register, user successfully registered, and we can see it has navigated to the login page. So here, let's log in. Let's log in using Matthew. and password is Matthew. Log in, you can see Matthew was successfully logged in and it's navigated to the home page. So if I go to the profile page of Matthew, you can see this Matthew. We currently have no booking history because that's what we are seeing here. If you don't have a booking, Matthew have not booked a room. And if I click on edit profile, it's going to go to the edit profile page, and this is the Matthew's information which we have here, which you just wrote out. So you can really go over the code, and to delete a profile, if I want to delete, it's going to prompt me if I really want to delete Matthew. And let me say no for now. So yep, so let's proceed with the other implementations. So this looks good. So what we are going to do is let's implement our guard on our route. So I will go to my app.js where my routes are registered, and I'm going to import my guards, import protected routes and admin routes from our guard service which we wrote. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add some protection to this route so that before, if you're an admin, you have access to them, while if you are a user, you have access to certain of those routes. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this so I can group them. So these are going to be public routes. So let me just comment this out by saying public routes. So when you go over the code, you easily understand. And these ones are going to be admin route. So let me just, this is going to be a user's route. So let me just call it protected users. Let's just say dedicated users routes. So in order for us to achieve this, we're going to come over here and we are going to have an element. Within the element, we are going to, if to say elements, and we are going to just bring in the protected routes, protected routes, and I'm going to close it here. And within the protected route, I'm going to have an element that is going to be our room details. So that means before you can access the room detail, you must be an authenticated user. So that's what this is. So now if I try to go to my rooms now, oh no, my room details. So let me just go to my room detail. Okay, so oh okay, I think I'm currently logged in. So yeah, so let me log out first. And if I try to go to the rooms, to go to the rooms detail, we can see I'm redirected to login. But before I did this, let me just undo this. So before this was done, and if I just go to room, go to view details page, you can see I'm able to access the details page without being authenticated. So that's what the RAD does. And yep, so let me just take it back again and put places where it is. So now that our routing is there, we cannot access the view detail until we log in. So let me just log in as Matthew again. And Matthew. So when I log immediately, it doesn't take me back to my home page or any other place. I immediately continue accessing the page which I'm trying to get to. So that's what our guard here is doing here. That have to come replace where you're going to when you log in. So that's what that does. So yes, so let also do the same thing for our profile and our edit profile. So I'm just going to come over here. I'm just going to copy everything here. I'm just going to paste here, paste here. This is going to be profile. It's going to be edit profile page. So that will work. So now before you access a profile page, you must be authenticated. You can't just go to slash profile without getting authenticated. You won't be able to access the page. So if we have when we have our admin implementation, then we are also going to do that. So over here, let me just call this routes, admin auth routes. Okay, so that's that. So before then, let's have a wildcard. For example, if you go to like a URL that is not defined, we don't want it to just have like a white, screen as if the application is not working well. So let's have a wildcard so that when you go to a link that is not defined, it's going to fall back to, let's say, the login page or the home page. So let's do that here. I'm just going to call this, copy that, paste here. This is going to be, path is going to be star, and that star means any other path that does not match what we have here. Then this is going to be, let's say, element, let's say navigate to, and somewhere. So navigate, let's import our navigate. Then so let's just navigate to, let's navigate to home, equals to home. Navigate should be a component. So let's keep it as a component. So if I try to go to like any kind of a crazy, endpoint, is going to navigate me home. If I try to go to any kind of crazy stuff that is not defined, we can say it takes us home. So that's a wildcard routing. So yep, so let's continue by writing our admin implementation. So if I go to our template, we can see that this is an admin page. An admin just have a room, manage room, and manage booking. So this manage room is going to be a different page on its own, and the manage booking is going to be a different page. But this is going to be the admin page where we can just have two buttons to manage a room, manage a booking, and the welcome. So let's implement that quickly. So here in our admin, I'm just going to put the implementation there, and I'm going to explain what I did for. So it's going to be as we all know, our API service is everywhere, so we're also bringing it here. So when admin successfully logs in, we're going to get the admin details by getting the user profile, and we are going to set the admin details over here. So here basically we can see we have two buttons to manage a room and to manage a booking, and here we are just saying welcome the name of the admin, which we are getting from here. So that's very simple. So next we are going to implement the manage rooms page. So we'll write our manage booking page, which is this booking, not is it booking. Let's just write our rooms page first. So I'm just going to, within my admin, I'm going to book a manage rooms page, which we're going to be navigating to manage rooms. So here, as we can see, we are using our pagination, which we already have in our common. So that was one of the reasons why I abstracted it so we can reuse it. So we are having that, and we're having our room results. Also, whenever we search a room, we can also use this component to render the room rather than rewriting something over and over again. So this is more of a separation of concern. So that has been done, and this is just my normal use state to save my variable and an array and room data that are being filtered. So whenever I navigate here, we are going to get all the rooms, which is this, and if there's any error, we are going to throw it out. So to filter a room type, when you just click on that, it's going to whatever we this is just to filter the room types as we saw here, something like this, something like this, filter by room type. So it's going to populate all the room type from the database, and whenever we click on it, it's going to filter it and return to us. So that is that. And here to handle a room, when you select a room, filter a room is just going to remove the other rooms from the available rooms and only return the room type. That's what we are doing here. So this is what we already implemented before for pagination. And here we are using the pagination here. And this is our room results, which we are using the component which is defined earlier to get all the list of our rooms here. So that is what we did here. It's very straightforward. So we are going to also write the same implementation for let me look at what we should do next. We should also have that implementation for manage bookings. Did to manage a room to display all list of rooms for admin. Let also display all the list of bookings for admin as we have over here. Let also create this page here, and I'm going to I did pre-wrote that, so I'm just going to put it here. I'm going to call it manage booking page. So this is exactly the same thing as the manage room page. The only difference is that instead of getting a rooms, we are getting all bookings, and we are just using our pagination as well to paginate it by, we have 6, we're going to be having 6 bookings per page, and the same logic we have for a managed room, that's the same logic we have here as well. And this is it. So we are going to create an implementation to add a room. Add a room page, I have pre-wrote the implementation for us to be fast. So we are having an API service which we are going to be using to add a room. And what we are doing here is very simple. We are going to be making use of our file. We are going to be preview our image or our file. We have our room type, which have our new room type, and we have our room details, which is going to be our room type, room price, and room description as well. So this is our form over here in our template. So what we are going to do here is we are going to have a drop down to select a room type. If we click on to select other room, is going to bring this option where we have to manually type in our room. Okay, so that's that. We are going to pass in our room price, our room description, and we are going to also select a room image as well. So if everything is fine, we are going to click on add room, and it's going to make a HTTP call to our endpoints, and it's going to add those rooms. So before then, I'm also having some conditional statement to make sure that the room type is there, the room price is there, and our room description is there as well. So also I'm boldly all the value into a form data, and here I'm just also adding there's a file there, I'm also adding it as well, and I'm making this request to save a room, and if it's successful, I just show the room added successfully. If it's not, I'm just going to show the error. I'm going to navigate to the manage rooms page. So this is it, and it's pretty straightforward. So this is to preview my image, and so I think let me also explain this. So whenever an image is added, a file is added, we are going to preview the file here. So that's what this does. So whenever a file is added, we are going to set the file here. For this URL dot create object URL, this method is used to convert a multi-file path object to an image format so it can be previewed. So this is what this set preview is all about. Whenever I select a file here, it's going to set the file. This is to set the actual file which I'm going to be saving, while this is just to set a preview of the file so I can view it on my browser. So with this method, I'm going to set in a value, which is this here, set preview. So if this preview have a value, if it's properly set, then I'm going to, this way I'm showing the preview. So this is it. So if I select an image and it is set to a preview, it is saved here. If that image has been encoded to a preview form and there's a value here, it's going to be displayed. I'm going to view it to know if this image is what I actually wanted to save. So this is that. We are going to proceed to write implementation to edit a page, a room page. So to implementation to edit a room page, I'm going to also pre-write it here. So it's very straightforward. If I go to my manage rooms page, we can see that for each room, I have the ability to, to edit the room. So let me, for room results, if I go to the room result here, yep, that's the room results. We can see that if I am an admin, I have the ability to edit a room. And to edit a room, I'm going to navigate to the admin/edit room by passing the room ID. So that is what we are going to be coming to this page. So for here, if immediately you land on this page, we are going to get that room by the ID, which is going to be passed in as in a parameter, and we're going to extracting it over here. So we're going to get that room, get the room details, the room URL, the room type, the room price, and the room description. And we're going to populate those properties in our template where we have the room price, the room details, the room description, and we're going to populate the values there. And we're also going to also show the image URL over here as well, the image photo. So now, if a user now decide to alter those values, let's say you upload a new image, we are going to, when you upload a new image, the same functionality we have when adding a room, we're also going to implement it here, convert that image to a URL, and then replace the existing image we have here with the preview. That's why I'm saying that if there is a preview of that image, show that preview. If there's no preview, show the exact room detail that is coming from our database, the URL. So that's what this condition statement is there. It's just to show a preview image that you just added and the existing image if it's there. So that's that. And we are going to bundle our data as we usually do. We're going to set the datas here, set the datas, whatever data we pass in, we're just going to set it using the set it over here, and we are going to bundle them into a form data type here, and we are going to make a HTTP call to update a room here. And as usual, if it's successful, return that response and just give a timeout to navigate back. And if it's not, we just return an error message. And that is it. Write our last component to edit a booking. So I'm also going to just put the implementation which I pre-wrote. So here, for our manage bookings, we can see that when you click on manage booking, it's going to navigate you to the edit booking page, which we just wrote here. So over here, we are going to see we're getting a booking by the confirmation code because we are passing a booking from the confirmation code here when we navigate here. So we're just going to get the booking details of that booking, and that booking details we are going to display it. So we are going to display it over here. We are seeing the check-in date, check-out date, the adults, children, the I don't think there's anything like this, so let me get rid of that. We have the name of the guy who booked it. Let me say person who made the bookings. User, let's just say user, not person. Kind of a little bit weird. User who made the booking. And these are the details and the room that was booked. And here we can achieve a booking. So to achieve a booking, we're basically just deleting the booking. So an admin only have the ability to delete a booking for now. We can also probably after implementation the user profile for a user to be able to delete his or her booking. So I think that looks fine. So we are just going to check this out. So before then, let's go to our app.js where our routing is, and we are going to add the routers for admin. So I'm going to just going to copy this. Let me copy this of them and paste them here. And this is going to be admin, and here is going to be our admin page, and this is going to be an admin route as we define in our guard. We have a protected route for users and we have an admin route. So that is that. So we are going to also do that for the other pages where we have the, let me copy this and paste, where we have the um where we have the at the manage page room. So that's going to be admin slash manage rooms. That is going to be manage rooms page. We are also going to do the same thing for to add a room for managing a booking, and so let's just call this booking manage booking. This is going to be a manage bookings page. For this is going to be to add a room. So let's just call this add a room, and this is going to be to add a room page. So for this other one, this is going to be to to edit a room. So I'm just going to just copy this part here, paste it here. So let me just do that manually. Admin slash edit a room, and we are going to edit a room. We are going to be passing in the room ID, which we are passing in here, and we are also, let's just call this edit room page, and we are also going to have to edit a bookings page. So let me just copy this and paste it again. This is going to be edit booking. This is going to be a booking code. So let's call this booking code. This is going to be an admin route, and this is going to be edit bookings page. So let's just check if everything is fine. This is to for the admin. This is to go to the admin page. Admin page is for the manage rooms page. Manage rooms is for the manage bookings page. This is for to add a room. Add room page. This is to edit a room, or while we are also passing the room ID, which is going to be gotten from the parameter, the edit room. And then we have the edit booking page where we are passing a booking confirmation code, and this is called an edit booking, and we are passing it there. So now let's just test this out. First of all, let me just make sure that I'm having no errors. Okay, it seems fine. So I currently logged in as a profile as this guy Matthew. So let's log out, and let me just log out here and log in as an admin. And this admin, the password is admin. Logged in, you can see admin was successfully logged in. I'm just checking my console if I have any kind of error. So for any admin route, we can go to manage rooms. We can filter a room by a hostel. It returns only a hostel. We can use a studio. We can use all, and we can see we have pagination. Let me try to add a room. Let's add this room, and let's call this executive. And if my room type is not there, so let me just specify to add a new room. Executive, and the room price is just make it 1001 maybe. Executive room. Let me click on add. Are you sure? Yep. So let's check if this is going to be added or there are going to be errors. So room was added successfully, and it's going to navigate, and we can see the executive room here. So I can edit it, and we can see the image is shown. If I try to upload another image, let me just upload this image here. Let me just call this studio room. Let me just edit it and co-executive. Let's say edited and leave a price to be 1, 2, and just say edited. So I can update the room, and let's check if the room was updated successfully. And here we can see it was updated and the picture was updated. So I can click on this and delete the room. Click on that and room deleted. So let me check if it was removed. Yeah, so that worked fine. So let's go to the manage bookings. We can see all our bookings, and I can click on this, can filter by, let's say, ND. Can see it got filtered. So let me manage this booking, and we are seeing all booking information. Achieve this booking, achieved, and booking was successfully achieved, and we can see the ND is gone. And if I do ND, it's no longer there. So yep, so everything, and I'm not able to get error here, so I'm just keeping an eye on that. So everything works fine, and I can confirm a booking. Let me just go to all bookings and let me confirm this booking. Find booking, click on find, and we can see the book information. So everything looks fine. And yep, let me log out, and yeah, it has successfully been logged out, and I have logged in and registered over here.